Are we on Teams? Yes. Okay, good evening. Good evening. We have a full house tonight. Yeah, I love that. I think there's some work to be done this evening. But I love the tradition that we have, that we begin every council meeting with prayer. And Pastor Craig Hansen, thank you for joining us this evening and for opening us in prayer this evening. So let's stand, and we're going to begin with prayer and then the pledge.
Mayor, if I might just take the opportunity just to read one verse of Scripture. This is dealing with Solomon when he became king. God visited him in a dream, and in that dream, he asked Solomon to tell him what he would desire that God would give to him, and he made this request. It says, "Therefore, give to your servant an understanding heart, to judge your people, that I may discern between good and evil. For who is able to judge this great people of yours?" And I'm going to add in this, except the Lord our God. Let's pray. Lord Jesus, I thank you for the mayor. I thank you for this council. And God, I pray that you will be with them tonight as they make judgments and decisions, dear Lord God, based upon the facts, the information, and the laws that are before them. Lord, I thank you for this group that is gathered. And Lord, may the people's business be done with your eyes overseeing. And God, we just thank you so very much that your Holy Spirit dwells. May there be peace tonight. May there be truth. And dear Lord God, may your presence fill this place in Jesus' holy name. Amen. Amen. The pledge? Let's say the pledge together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Pastor, thank you so much. And one thing I appreciate about Pastor Craig Hansen is that he's here on Tuesdays for prayer. If anyone wants to join him on Tuesdays for prayer, please feel free to, at noon on Tuesdays. Thank you so much. So as we get started this evening, I think we'll now move to roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Bruner.
Here.
Jangula.
Here.
Levi.
Present.
Everfield.
Here.
Bauer. All present.
Thank you. So the next part of the agenda, as we all know, is the consent agenda. And I do have an addition to the agenda, which is just adding a proclamation for Arbor Day. But other than that, I'm not aware of any additions or changes to the agenda. Are there any that council is aware of? Seeing none, I'd stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Jangula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So the next item on the agenda are proclamations. And we're going to start with, our first proclamation is regarding Fair Housing Month. And I'm going to get it here and read it. And then I think Matt's here and you'll come forward and I'll hand it to you. So whereas in April 2022, it marks the 54th anniversary of the passage of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, popularly known as the Federal Fair Housing Act. The Idaho Humane Rights Commission Act has prohibited discrimination in housing since 1969. And whereas the commission promotes the equality of opportunity for all, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, disability, familial status, or national origin, and is a fundamental goal of our nation, our state, and our city. Equal access to housing is an important and as fundamental as the right to equal education. Whereas housing choice impacts our children's access to education, our ability to seek and retain employment options, and the cultural benefits that we enjoy. Although only through continued cooperation, commitment, and support of all Idahoans can barriers to fair housing be removed. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Nampa, and I encourage all citizens of the City of Nampa to support and endorse the practice of fair housing for all. Matt, would you like to come forward? Here you go. Did you have some comments for us?
Not necessarily. I think it sums it up nicely, but I think it's important, given this environment we're in, make sure we're doing everything we can to make sure that those things are happening. we're working with other communities around the.
Why don't you stand right there to share that, because that way
I forget
everyone.
we're
on-
live.
Yes, if you could repeat that again, thank you.
Mayor Clay and Council, fair housing is a really important topic that we should all just keep in the back of our minds all the time. And I know we do a lot of good work here, but the City of Nampa, Caldwell, Meridian, and Boise are actually working together through a fair housing forum. We're getting information out the door. We're providing some fair housing training to anyone that wants to come, and we do that on a monthly basis. So we're doing a lot of good things across the Treasure Valley, but those have all started happening this year. So we're pretty excited about that. But otherwise, it's just something that good to put back in our thoughts at least once a year. And I appreciate you reading it for us. Thanks,
you.
everyone, for what work you do.
Thank you. And before we read the next proclamation, I would like to say, Rick, do we have seating out in the foyer? I think that we're going to have so many, and we may need someone to help you, Rick, because we've got a lot of people attending tonight. There are some seats for those of you in the back. There are some seats up front here. Okay, and there's some seats up here that are available if anyone would like to sit down on the front. Okay, our next proclamation is for Arbor Day. And I don't see, oh, there we go. Okay, so for Arbor Day, whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas the holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, lower our heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving up paper, wood for homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual reward. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do hereby proclaim April 27th in the City of Nampa as Arbor Day. I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Further, I urge citizens to plant and care for trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. And who is going to receive this evening? Is Adam here? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So we have received, remember the award for 20, I believe for 20 years, but now is it 25 years? How many years have we been a city of trees?
I think we're at year 26, actually.
26?
Yes,
That is wonderful.
it's a great
Yeah.
honor.
It is a great honor. And if anybody's ever driven through Nebraska, which I have a number of times through the whole state, you know what? There's a lot of trees that were planted, and I see the benefit of it today, which is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is the opportunity for Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item, and comments are limited to 3 minutes. But tonight, as we get started, our first section is the recognition of Jude Kelso and his award for the Board of Imagination. And so, and I was unable to attend the recognition, so Councilman Victor Rodriguez did and asked Jude to come this evening. And so I think, Victor, you have visited with them about what they're going to do, so I'll let you introduce.
Several weeks ago that Jude was honored to be on the board of directors. There's only 5 in the United States. And Jude from Centennial was one of those recipients. Isn't that cool?
It is.
So I thought we'd have Michelle Tripp from the principal to come up and give us a short what this is all about, and then we'll have Jude come up.
I'm going to try to get through this without being too emotional. So I'm Michelle Tripp, the proud principal at Centennial Elementary with some of the most amazing kids in Nampa. We're an arts integrated school, and we really believe in the power of kids, the power of creativity, and how it will transform our community and their lives for good. So I want to introduce Jude, who's a 4th grader at Centennial. He came to Centennial first at the beginning of 3rd grade, and he's been here ever since. Here's some of the things that his teachers say about him. His music teacher says, Jude is a diligent, creative student in music. He is quiet but willing to try new things. He has been fun to get to know. Jude, from his PE coach, and you can probably tell when he stands up, you'll see that he's wearing a baseball uniform. He's a very talented athlete. And his PE coach said, he's always been respectful in class toward me and his peers in PE. He makes every day better. And the last is from his classroom teacher, Miss Gehring. She said, Jude is a kind, thoughtful young man who is truly a star student. He is positive and can be positively funny also. He is always respectful, independent, and dedicated. Finally, through all that this fourth grader has done, he has stayed engaged in his work. I can hardly wait to see what Jude will do in the future. And in the immediate future, what you're going to hear Jude talk about here in a minute is his election to the Sun-Made Board of Imagination. So it's a major company. It's the Raisin Company, and you'll see some of what he explains about that. This was a really extensive process for him to be selected first as a finalist for the top 10 in the nation, and then our community voted. He was on the news, he was in the newspaper, we had tons of people in our community step up and vote for him, and he was selected to be one of the top 5 in the nation. So he's on the board. So it's a really big deal. The only Idaho student, and he's right here from Nampa. So it's pretty exciting. So welcome, Jude.
Hi, I'm Jude Kelso, and I'm 10 years old and go to Centennial Elementary in Nampa. I won a nationwide contest for Sun-Made Board of Imagination. Sun-Made Board of Imagination is where 6 kids from ages 6 to 12 work with Sun-Made to give new ideas for products, marketing, and taste tests. I won a $5,000 college scholarship, $5,000 for my school, and a year's supply of Sun-Made snacks for the school. There were 3 phases to win. The first one, I had to answer questions and write a story from a prompt. The prompt was Raisin with its friends Mango and Prune just set off on an adventure of delicious proportions when suddenly they found the portal to a kiwi world. When they went through the portal, everything was kiwis and they started to turn into kiwis. They had the kiwi virus. They went back to the portal to go home, but there was a kiwi dragon guarding it. Then they realized the virus gave them powers. Mango can fly, Prune was invisible, and Raisin can walk through things. They went back to the portal, and while distracting the dragon, Raisin went into him and made them like them. They went back home through the portal and tried to find a cure for the virus. They made a kiwi vaccine, and after taking it, they lost their powers and went back to normal, living the rest of their lives in happiness. After judges reviewed all entries, 30 kids were selected for phase 2, and they had to answer more questions, write another story, and build something out of Sun-Made raisin boxes. I made this.
Now, of course, you're going to use that $5,000 scholarship to end in you, right? Dude? No.
I can't see.
Let's turn around so everybody can see what he's doing. There you go. So, that is great.
From there, 11 kids were selected as finalists. We were posted on the website for people to vote on. The top 5 people who got the most votes won. There was an additional winner from a Sunmaid employee's child to make a total of 6 winners. I want to thank everyone who voted for me. You all helped me to win. Does anyone have any questions?
No, but thank you so much for being here this evening. Congratulations. We are very proud of you. It was awesome.
Dad, you want to say a word or two? No. I said, do you want to say a word or two about Jude and what he's done and what he's accomplished here?
In this, just this Sunmaid or overall?
Just overall.
Well,
Do you want to pull your mic up? Thank you. Thank you.
sorry. So he's, last year, 2 years ago is when we moved here. And last year, him and his team won state in the 9U baseball. And then he has been excelling at school in arts, as his principal has said. And then as well as this, he's very accomplished as only a 10-year-old. Very proud of him.
Yes, thank you.
To Mom and Dad, I just want to say thank you for investing in them. Thank you for investing in your kids, because that's the difference it makes. Thank you.
Probably leave here.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is, we still have someone that has signed up to speak for the 3 minutes. And so who do we have?
Madam Mayor, we have Robert Carlson, who wants to speak on a non-agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Can you go ahead and share your name again and your address?
My name is Robert Carlson, and I live at 2300 West Aspen Cove Drive in Meridian, Idaho. I've lived in Nampa a couple of times. Several of my family live here. 27 years ago, my wife, Susan Bauer Carlson, and I developed a 28-lot subdivision off of Smith Avenue. It's called Wedgwood Estates. And for 20 years, I didn't hear any issues. And then I got a water bill for a little island that's zero value. It's in the entrance to the subdivision. It's called a berm, but it isn't a berm, it's a flat. And there's a light pole in the middle of the island for lighting. And so I'd like to leave with the city. Back in 2016, when they received my first bill, I requested an exception for the tax exemption, and it was denied. And I wanted to come and talk to the city at that time, but the $17 bill was back then, I was 22, I kept putting it off. And so now I'm here to make a request that it be reviewed. There is no homeowners association. I plumbed it so that there could be water into that little island, so that somebody wanted to grow some plants. The plants, a couple of them have died now on the ends. There is a couple still remaining in the center. The water system is, right now, the sprinkler system is broken and it's not working. The people that live next door, I talked to them. They would like to keep it up themselves if they could, because it affects the looks of their home. And I guess I am the owner, even though it's zero value, and I'd rather to give it to the city or give it to somebody. And anyway, I'd like you to review that and see if there could be for your information, it says homeowners who choose not to use the irrigation water made available by an irrigation district is not eligible to be excluded except under limited circumstances. And I would like to make this a limited circumstance if possible. I'll leave the engineering report, the bill, the name of the people who live next door that is currently trying to maintain that. It would not be a disaster if the other plants died in the center. It's just covered with rock. And that's what I would do. I've already turned the water off so they could repair I called today and turned the curb stop, had the city turn the water off so that it can be maintained. And hopefully it'll be eliminated. I'm not sure who would own it after I pass away, so.
Well, thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming. Thank you for your request. And so Tom Points is right here at the back. And there is a process that we go through through the Board of Appraisers, and Tom has the oversight. And so we will put this into that official process for consideration. And Tom, if you even want to grab copies of his information as he goes right now, you could go in our office and make some copies, and that way your work could get done tonight. We could at least get you in the process. Thank you for taking time to come this evening. Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Madam Mayor, there is no one else.
Is there anyone here that had intended to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item this evening that did not get signed up? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which are our agency and commission reports. And we do not have any agency or commission reports this evening, so we'll move on to staff communications. And we'll start with Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. And let me share my screen. Mayor and Council, this is just really quick report. The details are in your packet. I'm happy to go over any of those details if you would like, but this is just our quarterly report, first quarter of 2022. As you are aware, we just went through the multifamily report for all of 2021. Now this is just the first quarter of 2022 for both single family and multifamily. And these are only for subdivisions. So preliminary plats, just another reminder, those are out several years. Those are just planned developments that have been approved by the city. And you can see those designated here on the map and their locations. I think one thing that's been surprising this time is just the diversity of those approvals have been throughout the city boundaries. Primarily looks like infill, but some of those large ones, of course, on the outskirts of the community. But it's good to see some of those infill developments occurring. And so those are the preliminary plats. Typically, those have been, in the past, you've seen those to the south, to the southwest and the northeast, but we're seeing them a lot more diverse throughout the community. This is a little more detailed view of that. You can see the locations and the numbers there, and then the southern part of that map as well. And then here are the listed projects and their approvals of number of units approved. Now we'll get into the final plats. Again, these have been in the northeast and the southwest, but as you can see, that has spread to everywhere except for east of the community. These are more current. They're going to happen more quickly than the preliminary plats. A little more detailed view of the northern section and then the southern section and the list of projects there. And finally, short plats are up to 7 lots. These are really simple, typically infill developments, and we only had a few of those, as you can see here. And there's the list of those, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions if you have any. Thank
Council,
you.
do you have any questions this evening? No? Rodney, thank you very much.
You bet.
Tom Points, Public Works Staff Report.
Evening, Mayor, Council. Tom Point, Senior Public Works Director in Nampa here. And so staff report, I got 2 items for you tonight. First one about irrigation. So all 3 of our irrigation districts have posted a date that they're going to bring water into the canals and have it be fully available to put into our pressurized system. So that the last one we heard from was Nampa Meridian, and with a date of April 22nd. So our water department has been slowly charging this and looking for leaks, and they are going to have water on either this Friday or Monday. So they're working towards that as their goal. So the reason that a later start, as you know, there's a pending drought condition. We're trying to keep the water behind the reservoirs as long as possible. So anyway, so it'll be coming on soon. Just a quick report on the snow. We are lucky enough to get some snow up in the mountains here in this recent event. So we had up to 2 feet at Bogus. That changed our snowpack from 63% of normal to 78% of normal. So it didn't get us all the way what we needed. And also it's a little too early to tell exactly what that'll do, because how the snow melts is really the most important part to get that water in the reservoir. If it's a very slow melt and we don't get some hot days or some rain on it, it doesn't actually flush down in the reservoirs. It just absorbs itself into the dry substrate that's up in the mountain. So we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll keep reporting what we find out to our drought task force and our discussions with the irrigation districts.
Thank you, Tom.
And then Mayor wanted me to mention that there's a couple associations that Public Works has been nominated some board member roles on. And these are important because they're help us make changes across the state and even across state lines on some important initiatives in public work. So recently I got voted in as the Idaho board member for the Rocky Mountain American Public Association Works Association chapter. So that'll be good to have some representation for Nampa there. And then I'm the treasurer for the Idaho Association of Idaho Public Works Professionals. So there's 180 members in Idaho, mostly cities on that. So that's another good organization. And then the Lower Boise Watershed Council, that council actually is the advisory body to the Department of Environmental Quality. So that has to do with TMDLs in the Boise River, total daily maximum loads, and they also provide grants for non-point source loads. So we have a seat on that as well. So
I just want to say congratulations, Tom. And I wanted Tom to share that with the council, because the one thing where the city of Nampa, and through Tom's leadership with Public Works, we truly are leading in the state, not only in the area of water, but also in the area of transportation. And I really appreciate your diligence and the difference that you're making, so thank you for your work. Are there any other questions while he's here? Nope.
Thanks, Mayor, Council.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, we're going to move on to new business items, and we're going to start with new business item 5.1. This is an action item, and it's to authorize the mayor to sign the second amendment of the professional services agreement for plan review and building inspection services with SafeBelt to increase the total not to exceed contract amount to $250,000. And as you're all aware, needless to say, we've done this a couple of times now, but it has to do with the amount of outsourcing that we're doing on our planning. The good news with that is we're not hiring employees, and it's hard to hire employees, but the good news is we're not. And depending on where our economy goes, it's a good thing. So we just need to extend that contract. Any questions? Do you want Patrick to come up, or?
So
No?
moved. So moved, Mayor. I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions, discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I do have one.
Okay.
Patrick?
Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, yes.
Patrick, over the last year and a half to 2 years, we've been receiving amended plan reviews and costs associated with these professional services Safe Built. Now, it would seem to me that better planning would be in order so we would know for the full extent of what the city is expected to pay. So rather than every 3 months, we get one of these amended bills, I guess, if you want to say. So explain that. Why is that?
Well, Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, we anticipated needing to spend up to about $350,000 this year for inspections and third-party plan reviews. At the same time, we have had about 5 vacancies between intake, plan review, and inspections throughout the last year, and we have been unable to fill the plan review vacancies. And due to turnover of losing staff and then not being able to hire in the inspection field and the increase of inspections, we were optimistic that we would be able to hire. All of the other jurisdictions all have between 5 and 6 vacancies between Boise and Meridian right now as well. So everybody is hiring for the same pool of people. And Boise and Meridian both have now contracts in about this amount with Safe Built and with West Coast Code Consulting, and in order to make ends meet and be able to have their level of service not degrade, so we can get out there and do same-day inspections instead of having to push inspections out day to day. So it has always been my hope that we would be able to hire people, and we just have not been able to find it. That said, there's been a lot of salary savings as well, and we are an enterprise fund, so I feel obligated to make sure we keep our level of service intact, and this is unfortunately the only option that we've found.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Patrick.
thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 5.2 is just a formality, but it is an action item to accept the resignation letter from Councilmember Sandy Levi that she did submit and mentioned to us previously. So would there be a motion to accept her letter?
Can we say no?
No.
No.
We can say
Deny the motion.
congratulations, though. We can
Yes.
say congratulations, which is in order. Yes.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. And Sandy, would you like to make any comments?
My resignation is effective on May 2nd, so I'm still going to continue doing what I've been doing, try to be faithful to you. I am getting married this Saturday, so that's why I'm resigning. And let's see, I will still be president of Nampa Parade America, so I'll be in contact with Nampa, which I'm excited about because I love my community. I love all the opportunity I've had to serve, I've had to learn, and I've got to teach as well. And be watching my Facebook page because I was just told before I got here this evening that there will be a reception after the meeting on May 2nd. I'll just kind of start the meeting and leave, and the ladies want you to come to that. Wear purple.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Actually, and is that a roll call or is it an aye? I said all in favor. It's aye. Okay. Thank you. Okay, item 5.3 on the agenda is to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign an agreement to perform survey professional services for the golf course state land for the amount not to exceed $66,000. Darren is here. There you are.
Mayor, I'll make the motion. It's
You'll
an
make the motion,
An
okay.
Alta survey that's needed, so I'll make the motion.
Okay,
I'll second.
it's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Mayor, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but since we have such an audience here, maybe we could update them a little bit on what's happening on his golf courses while we're doing this. Is that appropriate, or would you rather wait?
Probably, I mean, just very briefly, we're in the process of purchasing our golf courses, but it is in process, and so there isn't much of an update to provide at this time. but it is in process, and it's something that we should have done many, many, many years ago. And so it's an important process, so we look forward to working through this transaction.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, item 5.4. This is an action item to approve aspects of a non-exclusive easement for a node cabinet at Skyview Park, which include the following: the language of the TDS easement agreement, a one-time lease fee for TDS requested non-exclusive easement at $8 a square foot, or other fee as council deems appropriate. And the last item is the general location of the requested easement as shown on the TDS plans, and authorize staff and city attorney to work with TDS to finalize the easement agreement and corresponding exhibits, and the draft required resolution for final approval for the council. And I think we can have all of these in one motion, and the required resolution would come back for approval. Is that correct? Okay.
It is easy as that. I'll just make the motion to include all three of the items listed in our staff report as approved for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 5.5 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign an agreement to terminate a lease with Mission Aviation Fellowship dated October 1821 for Lot 2445 and the Nampa Municipal Airport First Amendment to Lot 2450, and a memorandum of amendment for Lot 2450 with Mission Aviation Fellowship effective April 18, 2022 for Lot 2450. Would you like Jeff to speak on this?
I'll make the motion to accept as read.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. And for those in the audience, this is in our packet. Council has read through this information, so it's not like they're just, I know we have a lot of guests this evening. Because they've done their homework, they've read the agreement, they've read what's in there. That's why we're moving through these quickly. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 5.6 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor and the public works director to sign a task order for a scope of work with Kittleson and Associates for the Midland Boulevard Corridor Study in the amount of $161,289, time and material not to exceed, and it is approved in the FY22 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 5.7 is an action item to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order for the attached scope of work for Paragon Consulting for the Franklin Road and Birch Lane Roundabout Project, construction, engineering, and inspection services in the amount of $121,490, time and materials not to exceed, and it is approved in the FY22 budget.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
We're waiting on Randy.
Oh.
Yes.
No, I'm just joking.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Mayor, can we have a cheer for roundabouts?
Sure. For those that are not normally here, there is an issue with roundabouts and differing opinions towards them, and so we kind of kid each other. One nice thing about our council is we don't always agree, but we always agree to disagree with a smile. So that's a good thing. So, and tonight, because we're going to move through all of our agenda items, hopefully before 6:30, and I want to say I thank you guys for being here, but because it's a public hearing, we cannot start before 6:30 because it's noticed at 6:30. So we've got 20 more minutes, I believe, if our clock's right, 19 minutes. So we'll keep moving through. So I'm going to skip over to our unfinished business, and we're going to go to 7.1 on the agenda. And this is the first reading of ordinance for the creation of a sidewalk LID 172. And this has to be heard before we can move to 5.9 on the agenda. Go for it. So we're skipping over to 7.1 unfinished business. The reason we're doing this is that so we were ready for 5.8 on the agenda, but 5.8 on the agenda cannot be voted on until after the public hearing. 5.9 on our agenda cannot be voted on until after we go through unfinished business number 7.1. So we're skipping now to unfinished business 7.1. We'll go back to 5.9, and then we'll finish all unfinished business before 6:30.
An ordinance establishing and creating local improvement district number 172 for the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, for the purpose of constructing improvements to the city's sidewalks, pedestrian ramps, drive approaches, curbs, gutters, and other related street improvements in the district, providing the kind and character of the proposed improvements, providing that said district shall be considered a modified district pursuant to section 50-1705 Idaho Code, describing the boundaries of said district and the property therein to be benefited by the improvements to be made, providing for the total estimated costs and expenses of improvements to be levied and assessed against the said lots and lands to be benefited by said improvements, providing for the issuance of bonds and payment of the costs and expenses of said improvements assessed against the said lots and lands, providing for the appointment of the city engineer to prepare the necessary plans and specifications for the improvements hereby ordered, and the preparation and filing of an assessment roll in a local improvement district report pursuant to the provisions of section 50-1712 Idaho Code, providing a procedure for the filing, certification, notice of hearing, and confirmation of said assessment roll, and for the notice and payment of assessment installments so confirmed, creating certain funds and dockets, providing separability, and providing an effective date.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And now we'll go back to 5.9 under new business, and this is to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the this is a non-mandatory sidewalk local improvement district, LID 172, which is the resolution that we just read, or the ordinance that we just read. And this is a project with Hess Construction in the amount of $138,892.60, and this is approved in the FY22 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And now we're going to move, since we have time, through the unfinished business items, and we'll get those all done. So,
Mayor,
question?
we skipped over 5.8.
5.8 was skipped over because it has to be approved in the public hearing before we can come back to it. So
sorry.
that one will be held. So item 7.2 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS7. This is single-family residential, 7,000 square feet zoning district, and a potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Fenway subdivision at 0 Alma Lane for Trilogy Development representing Endurance Holdings.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 0 Alma Lane, Nampa, Idaho, parcel number R2952901200, comprising approximately 28.25 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS7, single-family residential, 7,000 square feet, declaring said lands of proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as RS7, single-family residential, 7,000 square feet, on the official zoning map and other areas of the map of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.3 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution to amend the 2040 Nampa Comprehensive Plan incorporating by reference the capital improvements plan and associated fees, including impact fees for the City of Nampa and the Nampa Fire Protection District as Appendix D. Is
So
there anything
moved.
to read on that?
No.
There's nothing to read. It's just to sign the resolution. Okay? Let's stand for a motion.
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez? I'm sorry.
I hear you.
Okay.
I'm thinking about this one. Mary, you moved too fast. I had a comment.
Okay, so it's,
I can still comment now,
you can
right?
still comment, and I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, so there is an opportunity for discussion. I'm sorry, did I miss?
Well, I didn't look
Okay.
at you and say, whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So let's pause for discussion.
thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
So the questions I have is, maybe Chief Carpenter, if you could come, could I get Chief Carpenter up here for a second? Or can we do that at this time?
It's not typical.
Okay, never mind.
It's not typical that, yeah.
Okay.
It is a time for discussion and comments, but
Well, then let me ask Todd a question then. Okay. So Todd, by amending the 2040 Napa Comprehensive Plan, is this going to increase our budget for the citizens in our community, especially the fire district?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, I guess that's a little bit more of a finance question.
Oh, okay.
In other words, if you're amending, if you're accepting the capital improvements plan, that decision is simply being made and incorporated into your comprehensive plan. The impact of that decision and the financial side of it isn't really related so much to the comprehensive plan as it is to the application of the capital improvements plan in the future.
So we can amend this comprehensive plan, but down the road, we still have to have public hearings to approve any finances associated. Is that the bottom line?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, if we're talking about utilization of our impact fees that are part of the capital improvements plan, then yes, it's part of that normal process. You accumulate the funds, you have your capital improvements plan, and then you determine when to spend them and how.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
just as a comment, I'm the one that had issues with the values that were listed in the capital improvement plan. I did have a chance to talk to Patrick and Nick Adams for the fire department and the general contractor that's been selected to work on the project. I still have issues with the values, but I accept the rationale behind the values that were placed in there. So I'm okay to move forward with those values as at the recommendation of Patrick Sullivan.
Thank you, Councilman Haverfield. And I'll just quickly comment that this is a reference to the capital improvements plan, but this is not, the decision is really the next one, which we approve the impact fees. But the reference, it's part of the process that in our comp plan, it does reference the capital improvement plan. And so that's why it has to be
I see.
included in
Yeah.
here.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Is there any other discussion before we go to roll call? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jangula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item is our impact fee piece, and this is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for adoption of an ordinance in summary amending Title III, Chapter 7 of Nampa City Code pertaining to impact fees, specifically amending Sections 3-7-1, 3-7-4, 3-7-5, and 3-7-12 to adopt the proposed revisions to the city's impact fee capital improvement plan and associated impact fees for police, parks, and fire, and to add wastewater, domestic water, and pressurized irrigation impact fee capital improvement plans and associated impact fees. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, amending Title III, Chapter 7 of the Nampa City Code pertaining to water and sewer impact fees, providing for severability, allowing for a summary of this ordinance to be published, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Is there a motion on this one?
So moved.
All right, second.
It's been moved and seconded. And it is requested to pass under, can we add that?
So moved.
So moved under
Sorry.
suspension of rules? Okay.
Mayor?
Is there any discussion? Yes.
And I just wanted to make sure, so I'm seeing here the effective date is April 18th, so it's effective today? Or-
It is effective, but I believe that Patrick, the implementation of this is pushed back until August,
It's 120 days.
Is there any way that,
120
Is there,
days.
is there a reason that we've picked 120 days? Because I remember our discussion last meeting was that those that this would be applying to have already been given adequate notice and they've been making plans.
Mayor and Councilman Levi, we picked 120 days because it helps applicants with their pro forma on their projects be able to plan in advance what they're going to be obligated to pay, since it is an increase to fees. Realistically, we could probably implement it in about 75 days. We need about 60 days just to get the fees changed in our permit system and test them so they work properly. And that's just a technicality, but it is really up to council when we want to do that. That's a recommendation.
Thank you. I'd be more prone to have a shorter time period because I get concerned when we're dealing with impact fees after things are happening, especially after all this growth has been happening and we're missing out on it. So I would just propose out there that we do something less than 120 days.
Could you do me a favor, Patrick? Turn your mic in just a little bit. I hope people can hear. I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing up here. So I think Councilman Bauer, did you have a comment or question?
yeah, just wondering if we had the same concern Sandy had, if we could do it 90 instead of 120, but also want to get,
Well, one of the reasons for the pause, we have held off on the transportation, and we have some work to do on the transportation plan. It's going to take us that time frame to update and make the decision on transportation fees. I don't believe we will hold off on transportation. The date that for our impact fees that we fully implement, we'll implement the streets right into that, is my understanding, correct?
Mayor, that is correct.
Right, and so it's going to take us it's going to take us a while to get through the public hearing process alone, the meetings, the work, the public hearing process, so it allows enough time to get through that process and bring the streets impact fee in at the exact same time. We'll implement it all at one time. So I don't know if we can get it done faster and get it all implemented in the system as we have held on our transportation fees.
Mayor, we're meeting this week on that, and we may not need to change the actual streets fees. It all comes down to whether or not a decision is made, right? So we may not have to go back to square one with the streets fees. It's really a decision on whether we want to go forward with the streets policy, which may or may not add additional costs for developers. But I don't think we would actually go back to square one. That said, we could implement these other 6 fees and then just follow up on the tail with the streets fees as a separate action anyway.
In 90 days?
We could do it in 90 days, yes.
Okay.
Mayor, so can we redo the motion for 90 days, and if it takes longer, then we can delay it? Is that possible?
You know, I'm still relying upon what we were, what was stated to us, 120.
Could you lean into your mic? I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry.
Patrick, can you again explain the 120-day timeframe and the reason for that?
The 120, Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, the 120-day timeframe came from the last time we updated impact fees, and that was a request at that time from the Snake River Home Builders Association because they wanted some lead time before they had to start paying those fees. And so that was a courtesy that we had done back then. And that also involved a change in streets policy at that time, which was also impactful. And so that was for that case. We just brought that forward because it gave people a bit of applicants a bit of a grace period before they have to start absorbing that additional cost to their projects.
I'm going to stand on my motion at 120 days.
Mayor, I'm going to pull my second motion from hearing from Patrick. The sooner we can get growth, paying for growth, I'm in favor of that, as long as you feel like it's fair to all parties involved. That's what I'm hearing, unless you're going to contradict what I just said.
Mayor and Councilman Brunner, I'm neutral on it. I think that
90 days is
90
feasible.
days is a doable timeframe for us to implement it, and
So I'll pull my motion, pull my second and make a new motion that we.
Well, we can't make a new motion.
Can't make
We
a new
have to give the opportunity for this motion to fail. If there's not a second to this motion, then we'll move on. So is there a second to Randy's motion? Okay, seeing none, there's an opportunity then to make another motion
So
at
Mayor,
90 days.
I'll make this statement then on behalf of the Home Builders Association, other developers, that we do need to be sensitive to them. And if the motion being changed just arbitrarily without any consideration of making notice to them, I can't agree with that. I just don't think that it's proper. We went through this process once before. I think our development community is key to the growth that we want to see, the positive growth. So, yeah, it just seems like an arbitrary change without any validation from them.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, validation is what I'm hearing from the director right here from Patrick, that he feels like that is fair. So I feel like, and trust in our directors that is validated.
Okay, so is there a motion?
I think he just did one. Did you?
Well,
Oh,
no, you are now. Now, the first motion failed. I'm sorry, I'm just following that process.
As long as legally, Todd, we
Yeah.
can amend this unfinished business to from 120 days to 90 days. As read by our clerk, then we'll amend it to 90 days.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Brunner, I think your motion can say you approve the ordinance with the 90.
With the 90 day. Okay, so moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, I have. Last time we talked about this, I asked about schools being included in this. Is that not this one?
Schools cannot be included in impact fees.
State law.
But what was the one when we were talking about, when I asked about schools, and she said that it was possible? Do you remember?
I can answer that, Mayor
ahead.
and
Okay.
Councilwoman Jengala. Schools can, per state law, I believe schools can pursue their own impact fees, but we can only pursue impact fees for the budget or what we're in charge of, which is, parks, streets, police, fire, and the utilities. We don't have any purview over the schools, but the schools wanted to go and create their own impact fee advisory committee and come up with their own fees. They can do that process, and I think schools are starting to do that. But I'm not, that's all the knowledge I have of it. It's just not underneath the city's purview to charge school fees.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
yes.
Bangula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
No.
Bauer,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
We're going to go ahead and finish unfinished business and move to 7.5 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to two-family residential duplex and a potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Magnolia Estates subdivision at 0 and 18189 Northside Boulevard for Trilogy Development, representing Corey Barton and Melody Bars. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as county parcels R343570000 and R343570100, located at 0 and 18189 Northside Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 23.6 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RD, two-family residential duplex, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said property as RD, two-family residential duplex, on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Is there a motion to pass under suspension of rules?
So move under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Levi? Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. So for council, that concludes our agenda, except for one new business item that we will cover after public hearings. It is 6:32, and now is when we begin our public hearings. And we've got a lot of people here tonight, so I'd like to share with you, well, first and foremost, seats and chairs. I know we've got standing room only. Do we have any additional seating anywhere? So you know what I might ask is there's a few over here and staff members. Amy, could we get this on Teams in our conference room? And staff members could possibly move into the mayor's office conference room, and that would free up some seats in here. So it would be nice to have as many seated as possible. So I would like to share with you guys, so the order that we go through is what is the published agenda. The reason we're going in the order we are has to do with we move through the public hearing in the order based on when things are received. So there's an order, we stick with that order, even though the largest group may be last or first, whatever. I just want it to be fair from every time we come in here. It's fair as far as the order. The other thing I'll mention to you as we go through the public hearings, there's really, well, first of all, you have the opportunity to sign up to speak, and we appreciate your interest in speaking, just so everybody knows that. If you're repeating something that someone else has already said, you are more than welcome when your name is called to say, you know what, the person ahead of me just shared what I was going to share, and it will be so noted, rather than having to repeat the same thing multiple times. The other thing is, it's important, we want to hear from you, and we respect what you have to say, and this looks like a really respectful group, and I appreciate that. We have run into times where the audience starts speaking to us. We keep a certain order in the meeting, just so you know that we stay with our order, and so when you come forward, please state your name, your address, and you're going to have 3 minutes to speak. Speak right into that mic so we can hear you well, and we'll capture your name and address as you come forward. So with that, we're going to start with public hearing number 1. And the first public hearing is a zoning map amendment to adjust the boundaries of existing zoning districts to the following areas. There's a residential professional to 4.31, RS4 to 5.2, 9.85. I'm not going to go through all of that. This is also a potential development agreement and preliminary plat for Reflections Edge subdivision. They're all addressed as 0 East Railroad. Does someone up here have there's nothing on up here? Okay. Should we shut off our mics? No, shouldn't matter. So the original concept was one commercial lot, 28 RP zoned residential lots, 261 zoned residential lots, 37 RS6 lots, and 36 RS7 residential lots, 28 common lots, and 26.4 acres of right-of-way. So with that, is the applicant here this evening? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Blaine Womer of Womer Engineering. Our office is located at 4355 West Emerald Street in Boise. We are the civil engineers representing the applicant on this project, but the development team is here tonight. We do have Sabrina Dorsky. She is the builder's representative. We have Jim Myhan, he's the landscape architect, and Nick Foster is the traffic engineer. Because of the crowd that we see, and we know we want to move through this fairly quickly tonight, Sabrina is going to come up after my presentation. She is part of the presentation. And Jim is going to talk a little bit about the landscaping, but Nick will be here to address any traffic concerns that either the council has or the public brings up. So with that, I'll do an introduction of the project. Reflections Edge project is a proposed subdivision, residential subdivision, 97.8 acres, into a total of 388 lots, 362 of which are buildable. The property has a comprehensive plan land use designation as residential mixed use. The current zoning of the property is R4, R6, R7, RP, and BC, consistent with the mixed use designation. The residential uses are concentrated northwest of the intersection of Happy Valley Road and Railroad Street, realigned Railroad Street, I should say. The community business zone property is located southwest of that same intersection. The project proposes 14.45 acres of open space. This equates to 23.3% of the site, exceeding the minimum city requirement of 15%. A large portion of the proposed open space includes the enhancement of approximately 11.5 acres of Indian Creek, creating an aesthetically pleasing corridor with inviting pedestrian access. Jim will be talking more about that, so I'm not going to steal his thunder here with the introduction. The balance of the open space is distributed throughout the development in the form of landscape lots, buffer strips, access paseos, and a tot lot. The zoning for the Reflections Edge subdivision discussed above was approved by the City Council on September 20th of last year and codified in a development agreement approved by the council on November 4th. The zoning boundary lines were defined in the 10 lots of the Indian Creek subdivision, which was also approved by the council on September 20th. During the September 20 meeting, we presented a concept plan for the ultimate layout of the subdivision. That concept plan was designed consistent with the zoning and showed 436 residential lots. The Reflections Edge subdivision before you tonight is a refinement of that concept plan, which is up on the screen there. Through the refinement, we reduced the buildable lot count by 17% to a total of 362 lots. In the process of coming up with the layout for Reflections Edge, we found that we needed to adjust the zoning district boundaries slightly to conform to the plat that is before you tonight. Christie's on the ball there. The exhibit on the screen now shows a comparison per zoning district of proposed density and density allowed. In all zoning areas, we are below the maximum allowed density per the zone. It's worth noting that the table on the exhibit shows a maximum lot count for the existing zoning of 912 units, which would be a maximum allowed. The previous concept plan was 436, and our current proposal is 362. With that, we have reviewed the staff report and the conditions of approval with our client. And regarding the zoning district boundaries and preliminary plat, and we are in concurrence with both. And I'm here just to answer any questions the council may have, and if they want to wait, if the council would like to wait until the whole presentation, then I can have Sabrina come up now.
I think that might be wise. Let's go ahead and hold our questions, and after the full presentation, if council has questions.
Okay, thank you so
very
much.
Good evening.
Mayor Kling, members of the council, hello and good evening. For the record, my name is Sabrina Durchie, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. My business address is 1299 South Orchard, Boise, Idaho, 83706. And I'm really excited to be here this evening. I can see you're going to have a full agenda, but I'm excited to hear to present our applications for Reflections Edge. And really briefly, my goal is to kind of introduce you to KB Home, who will be building the single family residences, as well as discuss the other housing diversity that we will be offering. So let's begin. So to introduce you to KB Home, we are a national home builder that was founded in 1957. Everything KB Home does is focused around our customers and offering a superior home buying experience. For over 60 years, we have operated from the belief that the best homes start with the people who live in them. And that commitment to our customers can be seen by being ranked the #1 national home builder when it comes to customer satisfaction. And we take this ranking very, very seriously, with our pledge to exceed all of our customers' expectations by having each house 100% complete, with our customers 100% satisfied for the finalization of their home purchase. KB Home is also a #1 energy efficient national home builder and is committed to sustainability and energy efficiency, with each home being ENERGY STAR certified. This provides to our homeowners lower housing costs, promotes water conservation, and helps preserve the environment and natural resources. Our largest customer segment is first-time homebuyers. The homes we build address the significant need in many of the markets, such as Treasure Valley, to create additional housing that is affordable at medium income levels. With each home, we offer personalization and choices from the selection of the home site, from home sites, floor plans, and construction options. This allows the homeowners a build-to-suit option that works with their budget and, most importantly, their lifestyle. KB's home motto is that we are built on relationships, and that's the most important relationship is really with our customers. So before the foundation is poured or a nail is set, we get to know our home buyer on a personal level, and together we design a personalized home around how they live day to day. Within Reflections Edge, we will be offering a variety of housing options that will range from 1,400 square feet up to 3,400 square feet. Our anticipated home prices will generally range from the upper $300,000 to the mid $500,000 price point. Within our application, we are also proposing 28 live-work units. These units will not be built by KB Home, but by the applicant. They are proposing multiple floor plans that will create an optimal live-work opportunities for the future residents. On the slide, you can see a variety of floor plan options that will be curated depending on the homeowner's live-work needs. And these homes are anticipated to start at around the $300,000 range. With the proximity to the railroad tracks, we conducted a noise and vibration analysis for the site. Within the study, they had 3 findings. 1, that the train noise was determined to be at an acceptable level and no mitigation was needed. 2, the ground vibration was deemed at an acceptable level with no mitigation needed. 3, train horns was determined to be normally unacceptable level and that mitigation was recommended. Therefore, we are constructing a structured berm and fencing, as this exhibit shows, to help mitigate the sounds of the horns. This slide illustrates the separation and the berm for that mitigation purpose. As Blaine had mentioned, within Reflections Edge, open usable space is extremely important. It sets our foundation for our community's amenities, pathways, and interconnectivity that makes this community special. Here in Reflections Edge, we have designated 23.3% open space for our community. Within the slide, areas highlighted in green is open space. The dark green is non-qualifying open space at 4.52 acres, and the light green as qualified open space at 9.93 for a grand total of 14.53 acres. So portions of the open space that I have highlighted in the prior slide will include ample open space that will be tucked alongside the Indian Creek and its pathways. This will include a covered picnic area, playgrounds, and a sitting area for the community residents to gather, play, and enjoy. And so I'm going to finalize by one of the items that I'm personally really excited about on this project is that revitalization and the cleanup of Indian Creek along our property boundary. And as this rendering depicts, this will become a wonderful focal point for our development and a connection to the developments to the north. And here, we're gonna have our landscape architect, Jim, come up, and he's gonna kind of talk about the cleanup and the process for that. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. If you have a question for her, do you, okay.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
My mic was not on. I think she shut it off. No, 1,400 to 3,400 square feet. Okay, and what I'm interested in is that's a real diverse square
It
footage.
is, yes.
So in, how many different design options will your buyer have?
Mayor, Commissioner, council members, excuse me. There can really be endless. There's going to be a whole bunch of floor plans. Elevations can all be changed. Again, everything's going to be customized, built to suit.
So custom, so there's,
Yes.
there's not going to be any spec homes just
No.
built up and then
No.
sold. They're all going to be.
That's not how KB does. Everything's personalized and built to suit based on our
So
clients'
not every
needs.
fifth house is going to look the same. on the
No,
exterior.
everything's, and then we have a marketing team and a design team that's very specific to make sure all the elevations are different and flow as far as the patios. I mean, a lot of thought goes into it. I'm more in the land area, but yes, it's quite the process. But it makes it extra special.
And help me, is there any, were there rentals? I didn't pick up, are there? so those-
Mayor, council member, no, these are going to be home-owned.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Even the 300,000 low end, those are still going to be?
Yes, yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I do have a question about the Indian Creek, uncovering that, and I know
Yes.
your landscaping person's coming, but
Yes.
are you guys partnering in the cost with the neighboring development? Or are they doing that?
Yes, I think, Mayor, I think it's going to be more of a collaboration. We'll have to do the portion that's along our property boundary and our commitment that we propose in our application. And conveniently, the applicant, I believe, is working on the project to the north, so there's going to be great, collaboration between the two. But if I'm incorrect, no, I'm going to head that I'm correct. So good. So yes, yes.
Are there any other questions while she's here? No? Thank you so
Great.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, my name is Jim Mayan. My business address is 2002 South Vista Avenue, Boise, Idaho 83705.
And could you move that mic up for me? Thank you. Yeah, pull. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So we've talked about this in the past, but I'll go over it again because I think this is one of the really dynamic parts of this project. We have our overall landscape, of 23%, but really the big part of this is going to be the 11 plus acres that's going to be tied to revitalizing Indian Creek. We're going to clean it up, open it up. We've got multiple bridge crossings to interconnect the two projects and provide greenbelt-like pathway systems throughout, heading east to west and then connecting to the north-south connections. And along with that, we'll have kind of park areas, mostly towards the east. But I think this is, that perfect storm of having two developers with similar goals coming together at similar times, which is such a rare treat because you would never develop this project, or you'd never revitalize Indian Creek without both sides of it being available at the same time. So this is something that only really typically governments can do, and not really, private. You don't see private property owners developing these kind of things. At best, they'd probably just pipe it and be done with it. And so that's really exciting. I think it'll really bring a lot to the communities, because this is a lot of homes on both sides. And so it'll be great that they don't have to go very far to go down to a city park, or drive through, get in their cars just to go have a nice open space. Oh, excuse me, sir. But also, I wanted to add to Sabrina's presentation, in the renderings for the railroad buffering, and as discussed before, I grew up right beside this railroad, so something is needed. But with the studies, we had, one thing that I can mention is we have 220 feet from our wall to the railroad, and then we have 460 feet between our wall and the adjoining subdivision to Saddle Ridge, anyhow, across the railroad track. I should know that one. So I think with that, I can stand for questions, or we can bring back our civil engineer.
Awesome. Council, do you have questions?
I do, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez, yes.
Thank you. So Sabrina said that all these homes are going to be built according to the owner. I like that. But I wonder, the apartment complexes, is that what that is? Are you calling them a townhome, townhouse, whatever? Those look all the same to me.
I'd have to leave that to Sabrina, or
okay.
I haven't studied the housing types per se.
Okay, well, she's right behind you.
Yep.
Let me get you to the slide. Let's go to the first one. Mayor, council member. So as you can see, I kind of designated, they have the commercial at the very bottom, and then we have the live-work units. And they are going to be sold individually. They're going to be attached, though. And this was a similar project, I believe they did. Oh, where was that other project at? Lost River. And that's the renderings from there. But they are attached, kind of like townhome styles, but they will be sold individually.
Okay, so each unit will be owned within its own complex.
Yes.
So how does that work?
Well, it's based on surveying and platting it. They'll have to have a firewall, but yes, they will not be owned by one person, an entity. It'll be individually sold.
So can investors buy these and then rent them out?
Sure. I mean, there's no. I don't think there will be any deed restrictions. And again, that might be a question for Matt.
Okay.
But no, I mean.
Okay. No, and
anyone can buy any of them. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Commissioner, yeah, Councilmember Rodriguez.
So what are the sizes of these? I'm going to call them these apartment complexes for right now.
Mm-hmm.
For each dwelling.
I think that they were going to be ranging from 1,400 to 1,600 square feet.
Okay.
11 to 14.
Yeah. Okay.
And one of the things I kind of depicted up there, showing the selection of housing options, is because not everyone has the same live-work needs. So someone might have a client that they want to come in at downstairs and have an office and have the living room or their living portion upstairs. So each one's going to be kind of catered and curated to that person's individual work needs.
Okay, so where are these going to be located on the plat?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back there. So Christy told me there's no pointer. So Councilmember Rodriguez, she is kind of highlighting the area right there where it says live work units in gray.
Okay, I'm not seeing it. Oh, over here.
Yes. So it's a very smaller portion within the development, but again, it's offering a great, diverse opportunities, of housing opportunities for the residents here. And that's really what your comp plan for your mixed use really designates. It wants to have a variety of housing options. So we've it's exciting. I think they're going to be really well received.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
So are these live work units? Do they take care of their own grounds? Do they have yards or can't have yards, or is that something done by outside contracts? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, council member. Yes, they will be within the CCNRs, and they will, I'm sure, have their yearly dues, and it will be maintained by the HOA.
So maintained by someone coming in from?
Yes.
Contracted by the HOA, not
Yes,
individual
correct.
owners responsible for their upkeep?
Yep. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm hoping they're saying yes, so, yes.
Well, this is the most nods I've had in a year.
So just confirming, you just mentioned that there is an HOA.
Oh, absolutely, Mayor,
Does it
yes.
apply to the entire project?
It will, yes, yes.
Okay.
So the subdivision, even though KB's not doing these live work, it'll be part of the subdivision which the CCNRs encompass for the whole, the plat. So yes.
So are there any restrictions to street parking? And is there any additional parking provided, added parking for your higher density area?
That's a great question. I think that there is, Christy, as far as parking, are we meeting all of our parking standards?
So parking is 2 per dwelling unit plus whatever is in the driveway area. These will be public streets, so there will be parking allowed on the public streets. Based off of this layout, I haven't seen a parking plan, but each lot has to provide those 2 spaces
Correct.
within its lot.
We will be doing that, yes. And each one will have its own garage and then parking pad as well, in addition, so.
Mayor? And Sabrina, a follow-up, if I might. So if I understood correctly, the single-family homes will be individually owned?
Correct.
And customized?
Yes.
But the live-work units the exteriors will all be uniform, but the interiors can be customized?
Correct, yes, yes.
And if I understood correctly, following up on one of the council members' questions, a developer could come in and purchase the live-work unit, which takes away the home ownership?
Again, I'm just here on account for KB.
Come on
Come up here, they're gonna want you on record.
Yeah.
This is the developer, so,
Thank you.
hold on.
Matt Drown, 2150 West Pacific Ridge Street, Eagle, Idaho. The townhomes are designed to be fee simple and sold individually. Now, there may be an investor that comes in and buys that townhome and then rents it out. That's not our intent. Our intent is to build them out, similar to what happened in Lost River, if you're familiar with that project, which is at Cherry Lane and Camp Ada. It's basically the same product type. But to have hopefully one of the most affordable price points for a fee simple unit that is, they own their, they'll have a garage, they'll own their unit, and they'll have a backyard. So, but the intent is not to sell that off to one developer and have them just rent it out. It's to sell to individuals. And my partner, who's not here, would probably be building these out.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Yes.
Before you step down, the images that we saw, the floor plans indicated a rear load unit as far as for the garages. Is that what you have intended here with alley?
They'll be alley loaded. Yeah, that's our intent, is to alley load them just like we did in Lost River.
Okay,
Yep.
so,
Yep.
yeah, it's just hard to read at this scale if that was the intent.
I think the alleyway would go along the back if I remember right. There'll be an access off the north.
And the RP zone still requires 2 parking spaces per unit. Is that correct, Christy?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you.
You bet.
So I do have one more question.
Yeah.
I didn't see any brick or stone. It just appeared like it was just pretty straightforward siding. Are you upscaling these at all?
We haven't gotten to that point. We just
Okay.
use those as a sample. So we're,
Okay.
we're probably a year away from trying to figure out exactly how we're going to design those, particularly with, more of a live work element. But, so we just took the pictures of the project that had been done and was successful, and I think provided, some affordable housing options for folks just north of the CWI. So, but we'll get into that, as we try to define who we're trying to sell these to and trying to keep them affordable.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Council, do you have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Christy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As noted, the request before you this evening is for approval of the rezoning or the adjustment to the boundaries of the zones for the preliminary plat of Reflections Edge subdivision. So the previous request here was for zoning from IL and IH to RS4, RS6, RS7, and RP, which, as stated, was approved last September. The preliminary plat proposed was for 10 lots to delineate the requested zoning areas, but there were no buildable lots proposed at that time aside from the concept plan that was put into the development agreement. This new preliminary plat shows the buildable lots and refines the zoning boundaries to fit those designed areas for their development, and as he stated, decreases then the number of units that they ultimately decided to design into the project. The mixed-use designation does not have a density minimum or maximum, but the zones selected do meet the 2.5 to 8 dwelling units per acre. That's a gross measurement in the medium density designation. The Chisholm Estates project to the north was zoned RMH and RS6 PUD, and as a gross number, it is 4.7 dwelling units per acre. That's 377 dwelling units on 80 acres. This project, in the 4 zones that they're proposing, is 4.3 dwelling units per acre. That's 362 units on 83 acres. So they're very similar to each other as far as the number of units that they're proposing. So the adjustment for the zoning boundaries, the RP zone, which is where the work-live units will be, are going from 3.58 acres to 4.31 acres. The RS zoning is in various locations proposed on the plat, in the area and on the plat, from a total area of 29.49 acres to 57.72 acres. The RS6 zone is going from 37.92 acres to 10.81 acres. The RS7 zone is going from 11.7 acres to 13.1 acres, and the BC zone is going from 2.09 acres to 4.57 acres. So according to the conclusions of law, staff finds that the proposed adjustment of the existing zoning boundaries is consistent with the comprehensive plan of residential mixed use. Staff finds that the proposed use of 1 commercial lot, 28 attached RP lots, and 261 RS4 lots, 36 RS7 lots is consistent with the zoning and the uses that were recently approved to the north and other developed properties to the south. Staff also finds that the proposed zoning boundary adjustments are compatible with the existing zones that were already established on the property. Staff finds that the proposed zoning would not create a spot zone because it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And staff finds that the proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan goals of encouraging a variety of housing types and opportunities for Nampa citizens. So based on that analysis, staff can reasonably recommend to the City Council that the project be approved. The application was reviewed by the Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission during their meeting on March 15th, 2022, and was recommended for approval with all conditions as listed in the staff report. I do have some information for you for transportation, if you would like me to go through it very quickly. The study identifies the following project will trigger these mitigation measures to be addressed by the development. On Happy Valley Road and Amity Avenue, add an exclusive southbound right and southbound left lane. On Happy Valley Road and the new Collector Road that is anticipated to go through the center of the project, add a center 2-way left turn lane on Happy Valley. Happy Valley and the new Collector, add a northbound left turn lane and southbound right turn lane. And then Happy Valley and Railroad Street, add a northbound left turn lane and a southbound right turn lane. And then Railroad Street will be realigned to intersect at a 90-degree angle with Happy Valley Road rather than the angle that it is at currently. So that will make it safer. Those are the mitigation measures that are being recommended by the traffic impact study that the development will have to take care of themselves. So as noted, the property is currently inside the city limits. The North Chisholm Estates is currently being annexed and is zoned RS6 PUD. The development is approximately 2.2 miles from Nampa Fire Station number 5 with an approximate response time of 4 minutes and is located 3.7 miles from the nearest police department. We do have enough capacity for water, sewer, and pressurized irrigation services to serve this property, and they will be required to construct the utilities to and through the property at the time of development. So there was some correspondence received, some from neighbors. There was a few that were included in your packet, and we did not receive any in the meantime, so you won't have any late comments to review on that. They did have concerns about density and traffic and the usual comments that we get. The building department, regular Title IV requirements. Code compliance would like for the debris and the weeds to be removed. That, of course, will happen with construction. The Nampa Highway District had some comments regarding the improvements along Happy Valley Road and Railroad Street in conjunction with the traffic impact study. The Nampa Police Department commented that due to the increase in population with these numbers, they may need a potential funding source for 1.6 additional officers and 0.53 support staff. And the Nampa GIS Division had a list of changes for the street names, and the Nampa Engineering Division had their standard comments and conditions for approval. So as noted, this is in the residential mixed-use area. And I think they covered pretty much everything else. As far as the fiscal impact is concerned, she did note that it was in a range between the high 300s to 500,000. That does, according to our breakdown, it does propose a benefit to the city as far as future taxes. So the conditions of approval are listed in your staff report and mostly reflective of the engineering comments. Here is your potential motion, and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor? Yes. Thank you. Christy, I want to touch on a couple things you said to make sure that I understood correctly. So first off, I've been reading under the staff correspondence in number 6, where it talked about the police department and the need for 1.6 additional officers and 0.53 additional support staff. With the revision in the decrease of units, is that letter still pertinent? Because this says it was dated February 15th.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Levi. Those were done with this layout because the previous comments would have been back in September. So that was prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and it would be the same layout, and so that would apply to this number.
And I'll follow that up in just a moment. So my encouragement would be to council to be remembering all of the developments we've been approving and the need for additional officers and additional support staff. And we really, it is our responsibility to make sure we're providing adequate public safety to our community. So I would really encourage you to be thinking about that. And then secondly, the road improvements that you had mentioned on Happy Valley and the Collector and Amity, et cetera. Did you say that that will be included with the project, and so it will be completed with the project?
Yes, Councilwoman Levi, those were all mitigation measures that will be required by the development itself.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, if I may, and remind me, with these 6 different public hearings, is this in the Nampa School District or Valley View School District?
Councilman Bruner, this is in the Nampa School District.
And so as far as, I realize in one of the public hearings, we did hear from the superintendent of Valley View, but the schools have no concern at this point in time as far as increased in.
No, I believe there is a letter in the staff report from the school district, and they do not have a capacity issue at this time.
On this hearing.
At this location, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes?
Christie, a couple of quick questions. In looking at the RP zone location, I asked if these are rear-loaded units, but as I look at the plat, it appears that they're front-loaded garages. There isn't an alley shown. So can this be changed? Or tonight, we're looking at a potential preliminary plat approval and a potential development agreement. So my question is parking for RP. If there's 2 parking spaces required per unit, and then you have the potential of a client or clients visiting these buildings, where do they park? That would be my question. Maybe you can answer it. Maybe the developer would need to come back and answer that. And the second question would be on signage. Is there a limitation on signage that would be placed in the development agreement, or is that something that our ordinance already clearly defines in an RP zone, what's allowed in a situation like this?
So Councilman Haverfield, there are specific sign requirements in the RP zone that bring it down to a more residential scale. So if they were going to do a wall sign or something like that, it would have to be a certain percentage of their wall face. So it would be rather small in this case. They wouldn't necessarily need to have any kind of a freestanding sign or a complex sign because each house, each unit is going to be doing its own thing. So I don't know
Right.
if they would be able to do that. So it would be a wall sign. In this case, with the windows and doors and all that, there isn't a lot of surface area to provide those, so they would be small. As far as the parking goes, the code right now is 2 per unit. And I think that, we could probably work with them on getting some extra parking. If you wanted to make that a condition that we provide extra parking in that area, we can certainly work with them. They may lose a unit here or there, or you'd probably have to talk to them about how they would resolve that. And if they needed to shift the units forward to do a rear-loading product, they could certainly do that. In this case, if it was front-loading, that may solve your parking issue. So
28 units or dwelling units in the RP zone, are we looking at the potential for 28 tied together?
that was what I was told originally, yes.
Okay, so it's one long varied building, and I've
Yes.
seen that done before, but, okay, well, that kind of answers that question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a quick question. Does that have to come back for a design review on that building? Or is it just whatever they determine that looks like?
Mayor Kling, in the RP zone, it is required to have design review. So the BC and the RP will both have to go through design review in that area.
Okay, perfect. And then could you remind me and just restate the numbers? Because in changing this, I think I heard that they've reduced the actual number of units from what the original.
Yes, Mayor,
was
that is
originally
correct.
approved.
So according to his chart that he put up earlier, the amount of units that were provided in the concept plan that was adopted in the development agreement, it was 488 units. And this proposes 362.
Okay, and I thought he said 436.
Oh, I just
Okay.
looked at it real quickly, so maybe it
Okay,
did. We
so
can
ma-
pop
okay.
it back up if you'd
But
like.
it was
us to.
reduced. And I guess my thought, I was concerned earlier when we're putting an RS4 next to an RS6, because that's actually where to me, it seemed incompatible. Right, on the other side, you have an RS6, but I don't see the developer from the other side having any concerns over putting RS4, because it was RS6 all along an RS6 with Indian Creek in the middle. Now it's an RS4, really, that stretches that full boundary with an RS6 to the north. But I don't see any comments from the other developer, is that correct?
That is correct.
Or any concerns? Okay. And I can ask later, I mean, I realize we've reduced the number of units, so that's good. So we moved in the right direction there, but we accomplished it with a different density.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Christy, are they going to provide sidewalks on the exterior of the subdivision?
Councilwoman Jangula, yes, they are required to make those types of frontage improvements. They have to connect the entire subdivision with sidewalks.
On the
And
exterior?
on Happy Valley as well.
Okay. That just answers Bruner's question as far as what the Nampa School District, because in their statement, they had just requested that was done so that it's safe and walkable for the kids going to and from school.
Absolutely.
Mayor,
Perfect, yes.
Just to follow up, Christie, since these are commercial structures, they're going to have to meet ADA parking requirements and access requirements. I would assume these are just not residential dwelling units.
Councilman Haverfield, these are townhouses, so they would be permitted as single-family units.
Okay, then that, again, that just gets back to my concern about adequate parking for a client coming forward. And street parking is one thing. I would have assumed that they would have had to have provided ADA parking spaces in loading zones, but you're saying that they don't have to?
We probably have to ask Patrick about that, being that they could be live-work situations where they might have an in-home office. It would be similar to a home occupation, but this is actually a commercial type of a zone that allows the combination of the two. So we'd have to talk to Patrick about whether or not we'd have to have them, depending on the type of use that they're putting in there, if they'd have to provide handicap spaces.
The reason I ask that is my office is in an RP zone, and I have off-street parking requirements, and then there is some on-street parking that's available to me, but I don't bank on that. So being that this is newly established, it seems to me that that should be a sensitive enough issue that it needs to be resolved before we approve it.
Certainly. Councilman Haverfield, I think that, if you wanted to put something like that into a condition with the motion, we can certainly include that they provide a certain level of parking for those uses. And we can figure that out with the final plat and make sure that those conditions are met.
So you're saying it's a building permit issue, it's not a planning and zoning review?
The number of handicap spaces is a building permit issue, and we would have to know exactly what was happening and how many of those units would be used as professional
So
offices.
is this not a planned unit development?
This is not.
Okay. All right, so maybe the developer can speak to it when they come back up.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move, thank you. We'll
Thank
move
you.
into public hearing. So this is our first public hearing, and we do have a few people signed up.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Ray Booth, and he is opposed to this project.
Mayor, council members, my name is Ray Booz. I live at 2017 South Secretariat, which is just on the other side of railroad tracks from this proposed development. Strongly opposed to this. To me, there's a lot of numbers being played with here, but what it comes down to is that you have a whole lot of residences in a couple hundred of acres between the Chisholm development, which was approved by a split decision recently, and this Reflections Edge. We're looking at over 700 dwellings in a couple hundred acres. We have 3 access points onto Happy Valley, which is now a 50-mile-an-hour straight shot from the Amity Happy Valley roundabout to the tracks. South of the tracks, you have other developments that are there. So Happy Valley is a major artery to the freeway, and it's just used by a lot of people. We have then the issue of a train coming through. So we have all these, you can have hundreds and hundreds of cars coming on to the access points onto Happy Valley. And we're also looking now, I just hear of sidewalks on Happy Valley, 50 miles an hour. So I know that's going to be changed. Maybe it'll go down to 35 or 40. But we're taking an area that right now is just a big open field and nothing but open fields from here to Kuna, just about. I just see nothing but problems with this type of congestion. You've got 4,000 square foot lots, and I recognize the need for lower cost housings, but when you put this amount of small dwellings, 4,000 square foot with a 1,200 square foot house on it, selling from what, 3,600 up, that's an awful lot. It's just see nothing but gridlock along Happy Valley, and it's not a temporary thing. This will be something perpetual as developments continue down south on Happy Valley, which there's one on Locust projected now, it's just too much. And the infrastructure won't really allow it. You've got still one lane going north and one south with turn lanes accessing these two developments. It's going to be bad. And like I say, when a train comes and every now and then they stop, I want you to picture what that's like. And people having, I don't have a problem with KB and their ability to build good stuff. I think this is just too much. I got my 30 seconds here. You're putting inner city type of congestion, noise, and commotion into an area now where there's nothing like that at all. I was also asked to speak for the HOA regarding a situation with a lift station that's in Triple Crown Estates. When that was developed, I understand that, it's the understanding of the HOA and residents of Triple Crown that when a development was made north of the tracks, that the city and/or developers would have to, we would abandon the lift station and sewage would be connected. And we're asking the developer and the city to make sure that you consider this situation during this time. And the consideration of this development also involves the potential adding of a sewer to an area of Triple Crown Estates. Thank you, I appreciate the time.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. So could we have staff speak, not right now, but at some point we may need to speak to that because that is a question that's been brought up. So thank you, Daniel. I just didn't see you. Thank you. Thank you. I just knew where Tom was. So, okay, and also here to speak this evening is?
Madam Mayor, we have Kane Smith, who is in support of the project.
Is Mr. Smith here this evening? Okay.
Madam Mayor, the next three people that signed up do not want to speak, but want to show their opposition, and that is Leslie Tumola,
I'm not sure. L-U.
Tlumalu, Brian Stewart, and Leslie Stewart.
All of which are on Secretariat Way. Okay, all of which are opposed and so noted. Thank you. Is that all we have signed up this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is there anyone else that here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular public hearing? Okay, yes, Hubert.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Hubert Osborne. My wife and I reside at 4199 East Switzer Way, which is in Bridgewater, which is, as the crow flies, is about a half a mile away from this. And our main mode of transportation is down Happy Valley. And with the improvements to Happy Valley, I don't see that the traffic will be any worse than it is now. If some of you are old enough to remember when Armour had hundreds of people working there, trucks, cattle trucks in and out. So overall, I think the impact of traffic is minimal. I've talked to Mr. Badger about there's a drain through the middle of that is going to be a road. He assured me that he's going to make sure that's taken care of with the drainage underneath. And I'm really excited about the improvement of Indian Creek. Some of you know I've pushed for improvement of the Indian Creek Trail all the way through, comparing it to the Greenbelt in Boise. And this is another major addition to that. So overall, I am very much in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Hubert. Okay, is there anyone else that had intended to testify? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for applicant to come back and answer or make comment And then actually, I don't know if we, do you want to pause? Let's hear from Daniel first, because you'll get to come back after Daniel anyway. So we'll just let Daniel come and then. Thank you, Daniel.
Mayor, City Council, the sewer that will ultimately serve the Triple Crown subdivision and abandon their private lift station is located on the south side of the railroad tracks and is there at the King's Corner and would extend ultimately down the south side of the tracks and pick off that lift station. The sewer on the north side is not intended and was not ever intended to serve the Triple Crown development. So.
So the research is done?
Yep.
And that's it? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Daniel. Council, do you have any questions for Daniel before he sits down? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Okay, so now our applicant.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, again, Blaine Womer, Womer Engineering. I guess to respond to Mr. Boo's concerns, the project, as you're well aware by reading the staff report, has substantial conditions of approval with respect to transportation and improvements along the boundary and street widening, curb gutter, sidewalk, parkway side, landscaping. So that it was determined through your engineering department in concert with the traffic impact study that was done that these conditions of approval were adequate and required as mitigation for this development. So if the council has any more detailed questions, that's why we have the traffic engineer here, and Nick would be happy to come up and talk about that. The only thing I would like to emphasize is what we're asking for tonight is some boundary adjustments to the zoning that's already in place. We're not asking to rezone, and as I said earlier, what we ended up doing when we were refining the preliminary plat was we found we had to make these adjustments to make everything fit and work, which we believe worked better than the concept plan that this council seemed at the time excited about and liked what we had done. So I think we've only made it better personally. And in that process, we went from 436 to 362. So we thought that the council might find that appealing as well. So that's really all I have to say, but I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have or anybody else on our team.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would appreciate that as far as Councilman Haverfield, as far as his concern with ADA parking
Absolutely.
and extra parking. Can you respond to that, please?
Absolutely. I would like to respond to that. It is intended that these are rear parked, alley loaded, and that will be certainly something you'll be seeing when that project is brought. And you'll have to forgive me, I don't know if design review comes to all the way to council, if it stops at planning commission. But certainly that is something that will be shown on that plat or that design review as we bring it forward. And we're happy to take into any account any of these concerns and put them in form of conditions of approval that we have to bring as a part of approval of this project to the design review. So if there's anything that you would like to see, anything that the council would like to see brought into that RP portion of the development, we're happy to do so. We want a good project as well.
Mayor, again, I'm just looking at the plat, and it indicates a frontage road as far as for front access to the garages. And obviously, 28 feet wide lots don't really accommodate much more than a two-car garage and maybe a side entry along that to the unit, which would be behind our living area. So if it's a rear load, most of the live-work product that I've designed in the past has been a rear load for the occupant, and a front load for a client potentially, and that makes a lot more sense to me.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree.
If that's
And-
what your intention is, the quandary is the preliminary plat that we're being asked to go along with, I guess, and if that's not what you prepared for us, do we need to state anything to that regard, and that would be a legal question.
Well, again, if you're allowed to implement it as a condition of approval, we're happy to accept that. What we would be adjusting is that rear line to fit the alley in there for the private parking. And then you're right, in the front, there would be the ample room for any client parking. And I guess we can assume that not everybody that would buy a live-work unit would necessarily have clients coming in as well, but we can certainly accommodate for that and make sure that it's covered.
Well, if someone were to come in and ask for a design that the whole lower level was to be used for their business operation, whatever that might be, whether it's an accountant, whatever it might be, and the upper level would be the actual studio apartment or livable area.
Right.
You can see where you could potentially have 2 to 3, maybe even 4 clients come in at one time with a conference. And if there isn't either a joint access agreement or a joint parking arrangement, it can be problematic.
Right, and I think that'll get refined certainly through the design review process, because at that point, there will actually be units designed. There will be an idea for who the target buyer is for these units, and out of that, I think, would come the parking requirement, and it would have to satisfy the whole purpose of the development. So I think that that's what we bring back to design review with addressing all your comments and concerns here.
So do you potentially see this as a row house with 28 units side by side, or potentially 8 units space and 8 units?
Well, now you're probably getting a little far out of the.
In the weeds?
We're talking about the units here now a little bit more than I'm probably qualified to talk about, but we can have somebody come up and address this a little further for you if you'd like.
That's my only issue, is just how that RP zone is developed, so that it truly is a live-work opportunity and isn't a burden on the adjoining property owners.
Sure, absolutely. And I would say your concern is even more well-founded if there wasn't a requirement to bring it back to Planning Commission for design reviews. So I think with that process that we have, the additional process we need to go through to bring that one to fruition gives us the opportunity to address these concerns, especially if you put it in some form of a condition of approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like, if we may, can I have the developer come up one more time? And there again, I realize you're going to go through a design and review.
Certainly.
And my concern, and yes, the parking's important, but also I think what the mayor mentioned earlier is the exterior of these 28 live and work units. And as far as legal, I don't know if we can put a condition of approval here. I realize it's going through design review, but there again, you know me well enough by now. I hate to have everything looking the same, row after row after row, and that there's going to be some diversity in the exteriors of these buildings and look. And I realize you've done a good job where these are not going to be right against to other single-family units, but still, they have to look at them eventually.
Sure,
Anyway,
yeah.
so verbally, I know that's not a commitment at this point, but you're at least willing to look at that, and as far as design and review and make these not just, I realize your model, your picture was from something else.
Absolutely. That was just kind of a sample of the best thing we could come up with that was actually out there that we have done before, but this will be a different product, and we're happy to, whatever the conditions of
I
design
realize there's some
review.
cost to that, but,
Yeah.
okay.
No, I know we'd be happy to do that at the exterior elements, and it won't be 28 in a row. It would definitely be, 3, 4, and 5-plex units, so it's not all one big row of units.
So you could even have some ADA parking between some of these where you might have to walk, may
Yep.
have to go down 3 units to get to the.
Absolutely, and if we need to incorporate some guests, some on-site parking, we can certainly do that through that process.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Yep. Question?
Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, if there are, thank you so much. If there are no other questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so this is an opportunity for council to have a discussion. Before we make a motion, is there any further discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
I am really excited about Indian Creek being revitalized. I think that's going to really enhance our community well. I am concerned about the access getting onto Happy Valley. I appreciate the mitigation efforts that will be done, and I'm hoping that that's going to help the flow. But we do need to be considerate of the fact that as you add more development further down the road, it greatly impacts that, even though we've had mitigation for this development. What does that do as more developments down the road are added? And then, once again, I sound like a broken record, But as a council, it is our responsibility to make sure that there is adequate public safety for our citizens, not only to keep our citizens safe, but to help keep our officers safe as well. So that's just another one of my concern that I just want to reiterate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor Kling.
Yes.
I think this is a project that I really do like. And I like the way Indian Creek is going to look, but that's not going to pay the bills. So what's really going to affect that area out there are traffic, density, and again, city services. So I'm okay with this development, but I'm really having a hard time, again, with another developer coming in and wanting to put an apartment complex right next to residential. I really have a hard time with that, even though this one will be different. I understand that. But, boy, somebody better convince me or I'm not going to go for it. Randy?
I would like to make one comment and a reminder that this project has already been approved. This is just a change. And actually, in the change, I was initially concerned because of it going from so much of it from RS6 to RS4. However, they've reduced the number of units really somewhat substantially. And so if we did not move forward tonight, they would be approved to go forward. And what they've done is they've improved their layout and they've reduced the number of total units on this property. So tonight is not really, it's just a change in an adjustment to the boundaries, and that we can, go with the conditions of approval and added a condition if chosen regarding those units, as Randy's discussed. But it actually is just a matter of changing some boundaries because this is already an approved project. So what is the will of the council?
I recommend our president, Councilman Haverfield, make a recommendation, including his parking.
There is a motion, potential motion on the screen up there and in our packet. My question to legal is the development agreement aspect of this. Do we need to lay out in it anything as far as in regard to the RP zone having rear-loaded units with front-loaded or front access potential for parking? That's a joint access. Should that be stated, or would that be something that would be taken care of in the design? I'm not sure that the Design Review Commission would pick up on that.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, I'm not sure that that would be picked up in design review either. Design review has its set things that it looks at. If that's a desire, and it also seemed like it was acceptable to the applicant, that would be included as a condition of approval in the development agreement. If that's
So Mayor, I'll make a motion to move forward with the zoning map amendment to adjust the boundaries as listed in those zoning districts in the potential motion up here, but also to add as a condition in the development agreement that the RP zone would provide rear access parking for the tenants or the homeowners, and then a front loading area that would be shared across the 28 lots as far as to meet ADA compliance for access for potential business use. And so there would be a front and a rear load potential for these lots. I don't know if that's stated simply enough or.
Rodney's saying yes.
Okay.
I was looking for Rodney, does that work? Okay, you guys have captured it, okay? Thank you.
Mayor, I realize there's not been a second yet, but as far as, can we at least reiterate that the Design and Review Committee look at the exterior of these buildings, and that's not necessarily a condition of approval, but that they are aware that we would like for them to look at the exterior and the diversity in that?
That's a requirement anyway. In an RP zone, it's been stated that there is a design review requirement.
I understand that, but the recommendation from this council that they do have some diversity in the exterior, they're just automatically going to do that? Rodney? I don't know if you can come up now.
He can.
Come up?
Was there a second to my motion?
No,
There's not
actually,
been a
there
second, that's
isn't.
what I said.
It's a question about adding to your motion a condition of
Can I pull
approval.
my motion and so there can be further discussion?
Is it okay just to have a clarification? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman Bruner. Yeah, so our design review is pretty broad. It doesn't kind of nail down, do you want like each unit that's attached to the next to be
understand that.
completely different? We basically just have a change of material requirement for the front of the building. So if you want them to look at some unique building elevations, they can certainly be directed to do
Mayor,
that.
what I was hearing, which I appreciate, there's going to be 4 to 5 units and there's going to be a break.
Mm-hmm.
So I personally, what I'm looking at is those 4 or 5 units the same, but then the next one's going to look different
Would look
on the
different.
exterior.
Okay, so diversity from structure to structure might be a condition that you could
I just didn't know
add.
whether we needed to make that a condition of approval or not.
I think it would be a good idea because our design review codes aren't specific enough that each building would be different from the next.
And I don't mean just like a color change. I've seen
Right.
some things in Napa that are disgusting as far as, it's different in colors, but about breaks my eyes.
But the buildings are the same, yeah. So you want the building structures to be very different.
Well, and within the units, that there is some material change.
Yes,
on
and
the
that will have
face.
to follow code anyway.
Okay.
But as far as like the jogs in the roof lines and the design of the actual structure itself, we need to be more specific if that's what we're looking for.
Okay. So are you willing to add that to your motion?
I don't know how to add it.
I think,
I kind of understand what he's trying to get at, and I see in my mind's eye, there's a development that's a row house like this behind Trader Joe's over in Boise, and it's not pleasing at all, the way that it's, it's just way too much happening.
there's also one on Warm Springs, actually, that
That's very
is-
nice.
And it's got all the different types of housing or roof lines that are very different from each other. So
Could you
if
help
that
us,
was an example.
Rodney or Christie, help us with the motion, because I'm not sure how to say it. Basically, it's that they are subject to design review for the change of materials within the units, and that we're looking for a diversity in what? I mean, it's the facing of each building unit has some change of, I want to be within reason. So Rodney, do you have a
Maybe
recommendation?
articulation?
If that's the word.
I think that's a reasonable expectation to have.
100 feet, they have to have variations in the wall planes and heights anyway to meet the design review ordinance. So, and then the material differences. That's why I was asking, are these commercial structures? If they are, then they're subject to those same requirements.
They're housing structures, though.
Since they're housing individual ownerships, what we're placing on them is a level of, that's above and beyond. But I'm pleased that the RP zone has the design review aspect to it.
Okay,
So
so we do have a motion on the table, and so we have Randy's motion, which is to approve the zoning map amendment and adjust the boundaries of the existing zoning districts to RP, RS4, RS6, and BC, and the preliminary plat for the Reflections Edge subdivision with the conditions of approval and the additional condition of the rear loading parking and additional parking in the consideration in the front for guests. And then in addition to that, if I understand correctly, it is that based on the design review process, that we want to change in, what's the word you use, the materials?
Yeah,
Change in articulation between the buildings. And then, of course, the materials will change based on design review. Okay, does that sound like we
Yes.
can use that?
So I
Okay,
guess the simple way to do that is no two buildings are to look alike.
there you go.
There you go, we can do that.
I wish I would
Okay.
have thought of that.
That's why you have me
So-
here.
So we have a motion on the table.
I will second that, Mayor.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, what I was looking for, I think this is a good deal, so go ahead.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, I think Councilmember Haverfield mentioned a development agreement as well. Just wanted
Yes.
to make sure that was understood.
Thank you. Okay, do we have it? Okay. Seeing no other discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, I'm feeling really guilty right now because it's been an hour and 15 minutes since we started. We're only through number 1, and most of the people here are for number 4. The next 2, I'm hoping are faster. But I apologize, but it is sticking to our process out of respect. And so we've gone back and forth on this, so hopefully we'll be faster. Okay, so we're ready to move to item 6.2 on the agenda. This is annexation and zoning to light industrial and potential development agreement at 0 and 16989 Madison Road for William Juarez, representing Jim Cox. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you. Come on forward. And as you know, state your name and address, and thank you.
All right. Madam Mayor, council members, my name is William Juarez. I am with EV Studios, 725 East 2nd Street, Meridian, Idaho, 83642, and we're representing Jim Cox in this annexation for his property. We're proposing a 48,000 square foot shop with 3 overhead doors that would house maintenance and repairs for his current equipment that he has on site. And we're requesting connection to water and sewer. And just following that process, so pretty simple.
Okay, so no other comments at this time. And so you just watch the process, so we'll have staff report, public hearing, and then come have you close with any additional comments.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, thank you. Good evening, Doug.
Good evening, council, mayor and council members. Doug Critchfield, Nampa Planning and Zoning. As was stated this evening, the purpose of this is to annex 2 properties, both under different ownership. The property to the west is owned by LLC called 16989 Madison, which includes the property and a building that exists on the site. And then, as Mr. Juarez represented, the Cox property on the east side of Madison Road. The 2 properties are, the property at 16989 is adjacent to currently annexed property in the city. The Cox property is not. The reason for the annexation of both properties this evening is so that the Cox property can come into the city of Nampa. The 16989 property has been in process in various stages of construction through Canyon County and had an agreement for connections to water and sewer with the city of Nampa, and that agreement was executed in 2007. Since that time, the property has been serviced, and as part of that agreement, the owner agreed to annex into the city of Nampa. This is the building that is called, we're calling the Next Edge building, Annex Edge building. And again, has been under several ownerships. And that building is nearly complete. There is still some work to do. And the owner of the building has tried to work through Canyon County and has been, again, at various stages of development. And it has agreed to work with Nampa vis-a-vis this annexation to finish out and receive the certificate of occupancy through our building department. The Cox property, this is a picture of the property looking from Madison Road into the property. The legal access to the property will be both from Madison, classified as a collector, as well as from Cherry Lane as a principal arterial. The recommendation from staff based on the annexation conclusions of law are stated in your staff report. They are pretty straightforward. If you have any questions about those, I'd be glad to answer those. And more importantly, in terms of the zoning, this is industrial on the future land use map. Zoning it industrial would be appropriate with, and it would not create a spot zone. And these parcels are adjacent to other parcels that are developing in a similar manner. In terms of the regulations, we've stated in your staff report the light industrial zone, its purpose, and also the potential uses that could occur in that zone. We did receive correspondence. Steve Neighbors has been working on the project and been working with the city staff to finalize the permitting process. And there's been quite a bit of correspondence. Again, that's all included, including the history of this project in your staff report. And again, ultimately, Mr. Neighbors has agreed to work with the city to finish out the permitting. The other comments are stated in your staff report. And Engineering Division had several comments related to dedication of right-of-way and other aspects related to the engineering of the project. In our analysis, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved this project on March 15th, and staff agrees with that approval. The annexation would meet all of the needs and the purposes of the conclusion of law, and also the purposes of the city to continue with the uniform and the appropriate growth of the city. The conditions of approval are stated in your staff report, and any other conditions, of course, that the council wishes to add. And with that, I have the motions before you. Please note that there's a distinction that needs to be made in the motion in that William Juarez is not doing business as 16989 Madison. He is representing Jim Cox. And so I just want to clarify that that would have to be removed, that William Juarez DBA would have to be removed from the motion. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Doug? Seeing none, Doug, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is a public hearing, and we're going to move right into that, and I believe we have one person signed up.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Steve Neighbors, who is in favor.
Good evening, Steve. Thank you for going ahead and giving us your address, and thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Councilman. My name's Steve Neighbors. I live at 2021 Pathfinder, Boise, Idaho. I'm the past general manager of Next Edge, and I'm the present general manager of 16989 Madison LLC. Part of the confusion of this getting annexed was the confusion with who owned 16989 Madison, as well as looking at just the RX Elite agreement and failing to look at a subsequent economic development agreement with Next Edge. And so in the economic development agreement with Next Edge, we were going to finish the building in Canyon County. And then once finished, we would come to the city of Nampa and get annexed and look to the tenant improvements that we needed as Next Edge. With the annexation, Canyon County stopped all inspections. State of Idaho has done the same. But thanks to the building department of City of Nampa, Patrick Sullivan and Doug, we've worked out and mitigated those impacts. We think we will lose some of the economic tax incentives, 75% discount on the property tax from Canyon County. We have included, I don't want to take your time to go through what I've submitted, but there was some economic incentives offered by the City of Nampa that was the criteria for us to get some of the payroll economics from state of Idaho. And so rather than asking for all of that, I've asked the City of Nampa to split that with me. And then I'll eat the losses at Canyon County. So with that, is there any questions, I guess?
I think the question in my mind, I think tonight we're ruling on annexation and zoning. Tonight, the discussion is around the annexation and zoning, and so I think I want to make it clear that tonight's decision doesn't have anything to do with the economic incentive piece, but I see Robin here, and I trust that you are working with her.
Yes.
Yes, that you guys
And-
are working together, and so I was going to go on to make my comments, but I'll wait till later, so, but thank you, I'm glad you're working with Robin.
Yes, and I understand that. I'm just here to tell you that I'm in agreement with the annexation. I want to be a good neighbor.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And is there anyone else?
There is no one else, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is there anyone else here that had intended to testify on this particular issue this evening? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back with any closing comments. Is that? Sorry, I was like, where are you? There you are. Do you have any closing comments that you would like to make?
No, not at this time.
Not at this time. Okay, council, do you have any questions? No questions at this time. Okay, thank you. Okay, council, I just want to ensure before we close the public testimony side of this that we don't have any questions for the applicants at all. We do not? Okay.
Just for clarity again, as far as on the motion, what's written on the screen needs to be amended. It
Yes.
sounds like, is it only William Juarez DBA that needs to be eliminated there? Jim Cox is fine, as stated up there in the motion.
It's my understanding, yes. Okay, Doug is shaking his head, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think we have one more comment coming forward.
16989 owns approximately 17 acres of that 21 acres. So that's the other change that needs to be made.
Okay, Doug?
Mayor, Council, the 21 acres is for both parcels.
So I think I want to make sure that when we are moving to approve the annexation and zoning at 16989 Madison Road, totaling 21 acres, but this says for and then and Jim Cox. And if we're changing it, is that a correct assessment in a motion? Or is it for two different entities, 17 acres and then a separate acreage? Because I see Mr. Neighbors feeling like it's two separate parcels.
Mayor, they are two separate parcels, but it's one annexation of both parcels.
I don't think that motion reflects that, though. Could we clarify, what I'd like to do, I think in my opinion, if we're doing two separate parcels, that we would move to approve annexation and zoning to light industrial for 16989 Madison Road and, I guess, 0, but Madison Road. But do you see what the wording is, what we're catching? Because it says for Jim Cox is really what it's saying. But if Jim Cox doesn't own the 21 acres, I think it should be clear that we have two separate entities here that are being represented, unless I'm missing something.
Madam Mayor, and for the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. You're correct, Mayor, there's two parcels here, and one is addressed 16989, one is addressed as 0. So if you just removed the description of the person, the entity of ownership, just completely, and just focused on the parcels, I think we're okay. And I'm looking to our attorney here.
Madam Mayor and Rodney, I don't think you have to call out the applicant, but are there two parcel numbers in addition to two addresses?
Yeah.
Okay, then I would call out both parcel numbers.
That was going to be my question.
Doug, can you
Absolutely,
provide
yeah.
that parcel number?
It's in our packet.
So I think what I would like, okay, so if we have resolved that issue, let's start by closing public hearing if there are no questions for the applicant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so then we're going to move to council discussion. And I will say this has been a long time coming. It's great to have this project move forward and get done. I think it is important that we clarify that there are two separate parcels, and we can remove the names out of the motion, but I do think we need to identify the fact that there are two parcels in the motion. So,
There it is.
thank you. And then would you go ahead and just erase the names out of that motion?
So Mayor, I'm going to make a motion. So we do need to read both these numbers. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay, I move to approve the annexation of zoning to light industrial zoning district at 16989 Madison and another parcel at 0 Madison Road, R3100900 and R310470000. Did I get enough of them?
I think you got it.
Okay, and I think we know the number of acres with all conditions listed in the staff report for approval.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I mean, I was amazed he could read that far.
Hey, I passed sixth grade.
So, any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, let's move to item 6.3 on the agenda. This is an action item, and you guys can go, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Okay, item 6.3 is annexation and zoning to Gateway Business Zoning District and a potential development agreement and a conditional use permit for dwelling multiple family up to 3 stories for Town Creek Apartments at 0, 16940 and 16896 Idaho Center Boulevard for the Rama Group. This is representing Gerald T. Kuhlman, and Stephen Shaw is our applicant here this evening.
Biltmore.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Kevin Amar. My address is 1580 West Cayuse Creek Drive in Meridian. I will try to be brief because I heard your request, and I believe this is a pretty straightforward request this evening. As we presented this project to Planning and Zoning, we received unanimous recommendation for approval or approval of the project pending annexation. We are here this evening for annexation of the property to GB2 zone. It will be a 100-unit multifamily complex with on-site amenities. It will also have a portion of a live-work aspect or dedicated office buildings as per the GB2 zone on Idaho Center Boulevard. And we feel like we have designed this properly. I can certainly go into the whole design scheme and ideas of what we did with the property, but I don't believe, we held a neighborhood meeting. We had no neighbors show up. We had no neighbors show up at the Planning and Zoning meeting, and at this time I would request approval for the annexation.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? We may come back with questions, and you know the process.
I will stay close.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, Parker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Parker Bodley, Nampa Planning and Zoning Department. The action requested tonight is annexation and zoning, as well as a conditional use permit for dwelling multifamily up to 3 stories. It is a 102 apartment complex and ground floor commercial on the building facing Idaho Center. There was a change in ownership, which is corrected from what was advertised. The Rama Group is the owner of the parcel now. The surrounding zoning, single-family homes to the north that are in the county. South is Laguna Farms, and that's multifamily. To the east is in the county still, and to the west is Arbor Farms Nursery. History, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval in March. The staff recommendation, in this case, the property is in a community mixed-use designation, and GB2 is an appropriate zoning designation within, appropriate zoning within that designation. There are similar uses in the area. Laguna Farms, which I mentioned, Lost River is to the east, and then the Summit Apartments is to the west of CWI. The proposed GB2 zoning matches the adjacent parcels in the city limits. The requested zoning is consistent with the area, and it provides a set of uses that is compatible. The City of Nampa is determined it's in the public interest to provide a variety of housing opportunities, and that's in the voiced in the comprehensive plan. Any Future development in this zoning district would require design review, as this project would. A development agreement may be added as a condition upon your request to the annexation that would hold the concept plan in place. And further, without a concept plan and any modifications of it would require a public hearing. Based on that analysis, staff can reasonably support the commission's decision of a recommendation of approval. Covered the applicable regulations. The one thing to highlight, the GP2 district, the purpose of it allows a mix of development types, further intended to allow medium to high density residential projects within a mixed use neighborhood. That's voiced in the comprehensive plan. There's a site layout there. We have some elevations provided. Those are in the staff report as well. The picture on the left is the building that faces Idaho Center, which has a commercial tenant spaces on the ground floor. Correspondence, typical correspondence. One thing that was voiced by Councilman Bruner earlier about the Valley View School District letter. There are concerns about capacity at Birch Elementary and Ridgeview High Schools at the time. They're currently overbuilding capacity with the current enrollment. Due to high enrollment district-wide, Valley View School District does not allow open enrollment for students residing outside the district boundaries. The proposed gross density for this development is 16.56 dwelling units per acre. The open space, there's a multi-use green space, which is just under 10,000 square feet. There's a dog park and a pool, and that accounts for about 8% of the total lot acreage. Parking, which we've discussed tonight, is two spaces per dwelling unit. The commercial portion would depend on the uses that go in those spaces, but the developer would have to ensure that enough parking is provided up front. There's a list of uses that would be allowed in the gateway business zoning, which we can come back to if there are questions on those. Conditions of approval are in the staff report, and there are motion here that combines this conditional use permit and the annexation, or we can break them down, whichever you prefer. And I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Parker. Are there any questions for Parker at this time?
I do. Parker, is there any guest parking in that, or is it just 2 per unit?
As Councilwoman, as far as the calculation within our code, it's just 2 per unit. Whether they provide more than that is, there's no code requirement for it.
But as far as what they're proposing, they just have 2 per unit.
I don't know if I have a calculation. The applicant would have an amount that they have provided.
And then also, are they required to connect a sidewalk to CWI down that road?
Councilwoman, the frontage improvements would be a condition of approval, yeah.
Is that a detached sidewalk or an attached?
Sorry, that's a question that would apply for Daniel.
There's a sidewalk right in front of CWI, but then it doesn't, there's nothing else.
Right. Thank you, Daniel. I don't think they would be, but they are.
Mayor and council, there is portions of sidewalks between them and CWI with the development of Laguna Farms. There are existing county out parcels that do not have sidewalk currently, and there is not right-of-way for such at this time.
Okay. And then in this project itself, can we go back, how much of that is right there on Idaho Center Boulevard, is that a detached or a,
The sidewalk that the development would be putting in would be a detached sidewalk along their frontage on
along the
Idaho
frontage?
Center
Okay.
Boulevard, yes.
Thank you. And then on the parking question, maybe the applicant could come back and address that? Yes?
I can speak to that as well. These are apartment buildings, they are commercial structures, and they are required to meet.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
They are required to meet ADA parking requirements.
So we've had some discussions, but actually, maybe we could have the discussion after. There is no one signed up to testify, so I'm knowing that, we're kind of stepping into some discussion. So I think what I'd like to do is open public hearing, and then have the applicant come back and maybe address this, because I think we've set in the parking discussion that we've had, with an interest in enhancing parking to be provided additional guest parking, so that maybe is a discussion we can have in just a couple minutes. Are there any questions for Parker? Okay, Parker, thank you. So this is a public hearing, and at this time, we do not have anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening? Is there anyone online? Assume not. Okay. So this would be an opportunity for the applicant to come back and maybe address your parking, and if you're planning on adding any additional guest parking to supplement the 2 per unit.
Yes, Madam Mayor, again, for the record, Kevin Amar. We do have additional parking on site for guests. There is none required in code, but we found it is necessary as we build some of these units. So we have, I believe, 20 additional units on site, and I couldn't find my count exactly. But we do know that there's an additional need for guest parking on site. We will also, in respect to the frontage improvements, one of the conditions of approval at Planning and Zoning was to coordinate our improvements at the same time that the city is building the roundabout there, so we can minimize the impact to construction on that road at the same time. So we'll be working with the city and Daniel to make sure that happens.
Thank you. That's so important. Okay, are there any questions for applicant?
Mayor, mainly curiosity. So remind me, are there 2 and 3 bedroom units and studio, or what, is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brunner, this project has 3 different type of project or unit mix. We have 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 2 bedroom, 2 bath, and 3 bedroom, 2 bath.
And what's your approximately, what do you project as the rental cost at this point?
These rents will be in the $1,300 to $1,700 a month range.
Are there any additional questions for Mr. Amar? Is it Amar?
Amar.
I said it incorrectly, I
It's
apologize.
okay.
Okay,
Mayor?
yes?
Kevin, I see a pool. Is there a commons building associated with that at the end of that one building, or is it just a standalone pool?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, there is a common area, clubhouse and fitness facility in that
Into that
building as well.
Great, thanks.
Mayor, your biggest challenge is keeping those CWI students out of that pool. I see it's right on the edge.
That might be a challenge.
Taking those breaks, yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, as you know, before we close public hearing, we want to ensure that there are no questions that need to be addressed to our applicant. So if there are none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Mayor, I guess I'll make a motion to, including all 3, I move to approve the annexation and zoning to GB2 Gateway Business Zoning District and conditional use permit for dwelling multiple family up to 3 stories for Town Creek Apartments at 16940 and 16896 Idaho Center Boulevard for the Rama Group, and with all conditions listed in approval.
it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Mayor, just a quick question. When do you expect to start?
We'll start construction later this year.
Mayor, can we take a quick break?
Thank you so much. Okay, council has asked, and I apologize to all of you sitting here, they've asked if we could take a very quick bathroom break before we get started. And so council, let's truly not engage, but let's be 5 minutes in and out, and we'll be right back. So thank you so much for your patience, and I'm sorry you've had to wait so long.
We normally go to midnight.
Okay, are we ready? Shall we get started? Okay, we're going to begin with action item 6.4. Hi, we're ready to get started. So this is action item 6.4, and this is a development agreement modification of ordinance 3443 and a subdivision short plat approval for Greenbrier Estates number 3 to allow for 7 residential lots and 1 common lot for John Esposito. So our applicant, good evening.
Mark Butler, 1675 East Bishop Way, Eagle. Madam Mayor, members of the council, my presentation is going to be in 2 parts. One part is to update us on the history of the property. I think many of you were here 3 years or so ago when I was here. I know there's a couple new faces since that time. Yes?
Mr. Butler, can I pause for just a second?
Sure, you're the mayor, you do what you want.
I actually was going to defer to legal. Is this a good time to go ahead and, I think, would that be helpful?
Mayor, that's fine. I think it's appropriate. I just wanted to point out a couple things before the applicant and those that are here participate in the hearing. There's been a couple of issues raised, and I just wanted to, as I said, touch base on a couple of them. First, Mr. Esposito owns the property, and as the owner of the property, he has the right to apply in this application. And you judge this application for a development agreement modification and a preliminary plat like any other application. Whether you think it's appropriate to approve the request and amend the development agreement or decline and say no, comply with the original commitments, that's up to you. This is a development agreement modification, which gives you, a fair amount of discretion as to whether you want to modify that agreement or not. And then on the plat, again, it's meeting the requirements of the ordinance. It was also noted in the record there is a pending appeal between Mr. Esposito and the Greenbrier Homeowners Association regarding access across a common lot owned by the Homeowners Association. And is also noted in the record, my law partner, Victor Villegas, represents the Homeowners Association in regard to that appeal. But also in the record, that access over the common lot is not part of this application. And the Homeowners Association is not a party or the applicant, so there's not a conflict in my representation of the city. And then lastly, I know there's been a lot of public interest in this project, and we don't always remind you at the beginning, but I'll remind you on this one, just again, if there's been any ex parte communications with anyone on this case. Folks don't always realize quasi-judicial proceedings are supposed to be handled on the record, and so I'd ask if you've had any ex parte communications that you disclose those, and disclosure means who you talked to and what they said.
So as we get started, I think I'd like to state that we have received a number of email communications, and those have been sent to the council members. Those that we received after the council packet was distributed, we actually printed and have provided those, the ones that have just come in, as hard copy. And so that would not be included in ex parte communication. But if you have received communication separate from the rest of the council or any communication, correct?
That's not in the record,
That's
correct?
not in the record. So it's just, I'd like to just, let's, real quickly, has anybody received anything that needs to be, or had any communication that needs to be noted on this one? Okay.
Thank you. I received a lot of communication, and I did respond to most because I did not read any further once I found out what it was. So just saying that I would not be able to respond, but I would forward their communication on to the clerk. So at least that was my process.
Okay. So those have been made of record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So I think from a legal perspective, I'd like to, Todd, if you could just restate, tonight we're here for a development agreement modification, and the rulings are based on, could you just guide us a little bit about why we're here and how we should be making our decision?
Madam Mayor, so the request is for a development agreement modification. That would be required to be able to approve the preliminary plat. The development agreement that was put in place, as was noted in the staff report, was part of the underlying decision to annex and zone this portion of the property. And there was a history and a reason for that. Modifying that development agreement is a commitment that binds both the city and the property owner and the subsequent property owners. They take that property subject to that development agreement. And to be able to modify that agreement, that requires a public hearing and a public process to do that. But as I said, there really isn't a lot of specific criteria for a modification of the development agreement because it's a commitment that's been made as part of the underlying zoning. So as I said, you have a fair amount of discretion to determine whether you want to modify the agreement on your side of the equation. The preliminary plat that was put forward, you review that under the ordinance. Does it meet the criteria for a modification? Have they supplied the necessary technical information? Are they showing things appropriately on the document? So that's a little bit more of a review of the contents of the document itself. So this is a little different than a rezone which was already accomplished previously. This is a modification of what was agreed to previously.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time and providing the explanation as we get started. So with that, Mr. Butler, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Lakey, thank you for going over that at the beginning. So a little bit about me. Here's why I put it. I've got 30 years planning experience, 12 in government, 18 on the private side. I stopped working for developers 3 years ago because I'm very much involved in City of Eagle government. Was council member for 4 years. I got on urban renewal about 1.5 years ago, mostly because over $300,000 was spent toward consultants. Of course, what they pay Lakey is a good amount of money. By the way, he is the attorney for urban renewal, and I want to have money go toward projects, not consultants. And the way I put it is, it doesn't mean I know anything, it just means I'm old. So a little bit about me now into the two parts. I want to go into a little bit of the history and then talk about the plat, the project. So in about 2004, when Mr. Esposito was developing Greenbrier, which is subdivision to the east, you can see it on the aerial, he purchased 1.7 acres of property, and as Mr. Lakey said, he annexed it into the city with a development agreement, which was a contract between the property, whether Esposito owns it or Mark Butler or D.L. Evans Bank. It's a contract between you and the owner. And the development agreement states, might not get the words exactly, but the use of the property is for RV parking for Greenbrier. That's what its requirement was. In the time frame from 2005 to now, the most vehicles that have been parked there is 12. You can verify that by looking at aerial photographs. You could fit about 100 units. The concept Mr. Esposito had at the time when he developed Greenbrier was that the mini storage facility over on the east side, was there to serve the residents, and then this piece of property was there to serve the residents who had RVs. They're smaller lots, which as we get older, we like those smaller lots, less maintenance. But over time, again, this property has been pretty much wasteland, not utilized. Mr. Esposito lost it to the bank during the downturn and then acquired it back from the bank. I came forward with this proposal to amend the development agreement to P&Z and to do a plat that connected into Greenbrier. It came before this council, minus a couple of the new council members. Mr. Hilty was here at the time, and those who were here would remember that it was remanded back to staff until the legal dispute was resolved. So what happened was the Greenbrier Homeowners Association sued Mr. Esposito, saying that you can't use Lot 20, which is a small lot that accesses the private road system to access your property. And so that was like 3 years ago, and it's been taking forever. You know, court takes forever. In the meantime, his attorney died, and so it took, 3 years. The district court acted on it and said, no, you don't have access. Reasoning basically being that at some time, he turned over his control of the association to the group as associate members. And then about 20 days after that, he deeded all the common lots, including Lot 20, which is how he was supposed to get in and out, to the association. At the same time, he granted himself rights to cross that as him, and the court held he had no authority to grant the rights back to himself. So it was an error, not a scrivener's error, the court held. He has no rights. So now we're at a position where he can't get in there. He can't get into his own property, unless he owned a helicopter. So you have and he doesn't. So you have a dead piece of 1.7 acres of property that cannot be used as the development agreement spelled out. So he desperately searched for access. He worked with the city to see if he could go through the church property, which is that kind of vacant area there. It's kind of a triangular piece. And apparently he was working well with the city to get through the city's piece to get in there. Ooh, there's a little arrow there. That's cool. But the church wouldn't grant him access. So then he or his representative, Mr. Sperry, then approached the two property owners at the end of the cul-de-sac where he's proposing access now. First talked to the property owner that has the house kind of southeast, and was working on an agreement there, had his engineer draw up documents. There was a verbal agreement or something. And I think that individual is here. He was here at the P&Z meeting. He was going to take a portion of the property and build a shop, and then that fell through. So then he started talking to the people who own this other house here, and you have in your packet the agreement to purchase an easement to get to the property. So that brings us to the particular piece of property. If staff could put up that plat, then I can talk about that. So that's the history of the development agreement. He's in a position where he can't even get in there to cut weeds down. And believe me, your city contacts him quite often on the weeds growing in there. So it's landlocked. You cannot get in there. He's trying to get in there. So he worked out this agreement with the neighbor. We went to the staff with the proposal. Staff has recommended approval. All the agencies have recommended approval with conditions, of course, and Mr. Esposito is in full agreement with the conditions. We have I think your code calls it a service drive, 20-foot wide, meeting the fire department access requirements. Service drive coming off the end of the cul-de-sac, coming into the property to serve 7 lots. The 7 lots are to be homes just like Greenbrier. He wants to build the same type of home, 55 and over, like they have in Greenbrier, very consistent and compatible, compatible with Rain Tree subdivision also. There was a question raised, well, you see how there's an area that extends from his, I call it a Snoopy, the turnaround area for the fire department connects over to Greenbrier. Greenbrier was concerned that he was going to try to get in there somehow. He can't. It's illegal unless the appeal comes through where he can, but he's thrown that aside. His access is planned to be off a Rain Tree. That area that goes to the property is an easement because when he developed this property, Greenbrier, he stubbed the utilities into this 1.7 acres, and that's where they come in from. So that's an easement that extends over the road, and that's a common area, which is landscape. So there's no connection going into Greenbrier. There's no connection at all with Greenbrier. The concerns raised, I read all the documents other than your staff reports, the emails, looked at the petition signed by 234 people, I believe, and the letters. And it seems to me like the main concern was traffic on our roads. And so I want to point out that those are public roads. We meet all the criteria for the plat, for access. We're far below the threshold that's allowed for homes on a cul-de-sac, far below the threshold. And so we believe it deserves an approval. Lastly, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval also. Did you have any questions?
Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Butler?
Mayor, so that on the blue, I'm looking at the yellow-blue map. So on the east side, there's that road that goes into that. Is that, you're saying that's not wide enough for cars to go in and out? Does that not count as an access point?
We're prohibited by the
Coming
court from utilizing that roadway.
They're not allowed to use that.
You're not allowed to. So
No.
what you're trying to do is cut into that cul-de-sac. You're trying to take 20 feet from someone else's yard.
Well, we have an agreement
have
with that
approval.
person. It's in your packet to acquire a 30-foot wide strip of land, which would be an easement. 20 feet would be the road, and we'd have 5 feet on each side.
Okay, thank you.
Last
So I
thing
will
also
ask
is,
that-
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Please don't have comments from the back. We need to be respectful. And he did say 20 feet for the road, but the easement is 30 because there's 5 feet on each side, as you just stated.
Correct.
So,
There's an incline. We meet the engineering department requirements for an incline. I did see, or for a roadway that is sloped somewhat. This property, 1.7 acres, is higher than the cul-de-sac. Those concerns I saw in the letter that, our kids play in the street, and what happens if somebody comes down there, they're not going to see them. Well, you can see a lot better from a higher altitude than you can from grade. So I think that our visibility for safety is spot on.
any further questions or comments? Councilman Haverfield?
Myself on here. I'm not sure if it's to you or to staff, but I'm working on a similar project in Meridian right now with 7 lots, and they only allow 4 units off of a stub street like this, and you're looking at 7.
Yeah, good
Does
question.
and that would be a question for staff, if we're allowed to do that.
Good question. And I would defer, I understand other cities have different, I can tell you what Eagles is.
Yeah.
They're very restrictive, but yes, definitely have to defer that to your staff. They have recommended approval, so I'm sure they're fine with it.
Thank you.
So Mayor,
yes.
excuse me if I may, clarification. So if these 7 houses are built, so the only access is going through this cul-de-sac. There's no other way in, out, or otherwise. I mean,
Correct.
I think that's been said several times, but I just want to verify. So that's not going to affect the subdivision at all to the east?
Absolutely not. And there is, just to mention, a 68-foot wide easement. That's the Idaho Power easement that forces homes 68 feet west from Greenbrier's property line. So they have a huge buffer.
So on, as far as traffic-wise, there'd be whatever, 2, 3 cars per, so maybe up to 21 cars coming and going from that new property through the cul-de-sac.
To be a little bit more specific, the, what's the book called? Traffic Engineer's Manual for Trips Per Day calculates 6.5 trips per day for 55 and over, 10 trips per day for regular house. So if they were regular homes, not 55 and over, it would be 70 trips a day. And for 55 and over, it's 46 trips a day. Because they consider, Postman coming, now Amazon coming 15 times a day.
At least.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. Butler?
Just one more, sorry, Mayor. When the people in this cul-de-sac purchased these homes, did they know that this was going to be a possibility for a road to go in here?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we will move to the staff presentation, and thank you. We'll have you back at the end to wrap.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Mayor and City Council. Sorry, wrong body. The action requested is a modification of the development agreement and a subdivision short plat. Sorry, Parker Bodley, Nampa Planning and Zoning Department. It's for 7 single-family homes and a common lot. The property is currently zoned RP. I think we're familiar with the zoning here. City utilities are all available there. The applicant covered the history a bit. It was originally annexed in 2005 with the development agreement. There was a proposal for an Alzheimer's facility that was denied. And then a proposal in 2018. As far as what I could see from our documentation, that was denied by City Council, stating that the development would not adequately accommodate an RV parking and maneuvering area. The proposal for that was 5 single-family homes and 2 RV storage lots. There was a request for reconsideration 2 weeks later that was denied by City Council. In March this year, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. The staff recommendation in this case As far as the development agreement, I think Senator Lakey covered that quite well. The development agreement is really subjective to you. It's an agreement. There doesn't necessarily have to be a substantial reason for it. It's real subjective. The subdivision plat review was done by staff, found that the plat largely meets the requirements. One thing to note, the net density is 7.5, which is over the 7.26. As was pointed out by the applicant, there's a large easement that covers a portion of this. If we're calculating by gross, the density is 4.14. But because of the RP zoning, we base it off the net density. The legal action was covered already as regarding to the cul-de-sac. All the streets in Raintree subdivision are public right-of-way, so access may be added by the city if approved. Vision triangle would be considered for that access. Regarding the RP zone, the minimum and maximum lot sizes, minimum is 4,800, maximum 9,000. The lots were all deemed to meet that requirement. Regarding setbacks, they're 8-foot setbacks. There typical correspondence from building department, Title IV requirement. The Nampa Forestry had a comment that they would need to submit a landscape plan that would be reviewed. Fire department, typical correspondence, as well as engineering, which we can cover if requested. The public opposition, there was a number of it, which was all included in the staff report, as well as some later. Some of the main concerns were comments on the litigation, the CC&Rs for Raintree, the cul-de-sac and the vision triangle issues there. The staff analysis, the subdivision would be similar to Greenbrier, being that it's 55 and older. The comprehensive plan in this area is low density, and the property is currently zoned RP. NAMP has determined that it's in the interest of the public to provide single-family residential development opportunities, as stated in the comprehensive plan. The net density was covered here. The Idaho Power easement takes a large portion and impacts that calculation. A letter was submitted by the applicant requesting a waiver to that density requirement for that reason. The compatibility when comparing the gross density of this development to the surrounding neighborhoods, it's would be similar to any other RS6 zoning zone subdivision. The development, as I had stated, it's a subjective agreement, and the development agreement would have to be modified to allow this development to occur. Here's a plat, and the red rectangle on the right side is showing that Idaho Power easement, which will be essentially green space. The total lots is 1.35 acres. As has been stated, the plat meets the requirements as far as the average lot size, the lot width. There's no right-of-way being dedicated here, and the landscape plan would need to have some revisions done as requested by the city forester. These conditions of approval are in the staff report, and there is a potential motion for you here, and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling.
Okay, we'll go with Councilman Rodriguez, then Councilman Haverfield, and then I have a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Parker, when this was initially approved, in 2000, no, just recently, but in 2005, this proposal was denied. So was there another access point that he proposed at that time?
Mayor and Councilman, the property was annexed in 2005. In 2018 was when they came forward with a subdivision for 5 single-family homes, and that was taking access from Greenbrier.
Was it
Yeah.
the same cul-de-sac?
Well, from Greenbrier through the access that
I
he
see,
is within a legal case right now.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Councilman Haverfield?
Parker, in our Napa City Code, is there anything that speaks to common driveways?
Mayor and Councilman, what would the question be as far as requirements for size?
No, the limitation of number of lots off of a common driveway.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, that is dealt with in the engineering process and policy manual. And it details the number that if it's for 2 or less dwellings, it gives a width. For 3 or more dwellings, it allows for a 20-foot wide. We do not have a cap on the number. 7 would be acceptable, and we found no issue with that within our policy manual or code.
Okay. The only reason I speak to this again is because I'm working on another project in Meridian, and they do have a limit in their municipal code that limits a common driveway to just 4 lots. So that's why I'm asking.
Parker, who is required to maintain the easement green space? The Idaho Power, that strip.
Right. It would be through the HOA, essentially, that owns the common drive. I don't believe Idaho Power would be subject to it, but Rodney might be able to answer that.
I wouldn't think they would.
Mayor,
I think, do you have 2 mics on there? No, but we'll just ignore that mic. Thank you.
okay, I think this would have worked. Wow. Mayor and council, I believe you're referring to the Idaho Power easement, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And Parker, I think if you can go back to their plat, you can see, I believe that each individual parcel includes that as part of their yard. Is that correct, Parker? So each individual.
Correct.
Each individual home, that's their backyard.
So then it would be so noted in each lot that they are not allowed to build on that easement?
Correct. And anything that they would bring before us for a construction in that easement, we would not approve.
Okay, so buildings cannot be located on the easement?
Correct.
Okay, and then I have another question, and that is this subdivision required to comply with the HOA of the subdivision to the west that they are going to be attached to? Is there an HOA in that subdivision?
There is an HOA, yeah.
And would they be required to comply
Mayor,
with that subdivision?
It's a separate parcel. They're not a part of that HOA. And so you could require the conditions that are in the Rain Tree subdivision to apply to their subdivision, the same conditions, but it's a separate parcel.
Okay, are legal?
Just to add to that, Mayor, I don't think you could require them to join the HOA because they don't control that. The HOA controls that. As far as conditions of approval on this specific site, you could do that, but not make a requirement that they be a member of that other HOA.
But that they comply with any requirements of that HOA so that they're in keeping with the HOA that they're going through to get to those homes.
Madam
Can we
Mayor,
do that as a condition?
You could, But the thing to think about there is you're talking about probably a good set of CCNRs, and then who enforces that?
Because
So
they're
it's
not
like
allowed.
RV, you know, satellite dishes and parking in front of houses and things like that. So that's just something to keep in mind. You could.
Okay. That it could be onerous. Or, okay. Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions. Yes. Okay. Yes. Sandy, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Sorry about that. Parker, please remind me, what caused that piece of property to be landlocked?
Mayor and Councilwoman, what caused it to be landlocked is that the litigation where the owner has been essentially forced out of having that access to it.
But before that, I mean, if he owned that piece of property that the Greenbrier development was developed on, was that just not in the purview of that piece of land becoming landlocked? I'm confused and I'm trying to fill
Yeah.
that in.
When Greenbrier originally was developed, this was part of a concept plan to provide RV parking, so there was access to it through the Greenbrier subdivision. But now it's owned separately, privately, and the Greenbrier subdivision has essentially cut access off to it for the owner of that parcel. So he can't access his own parcel because of that, and that makes it landlocked.
So, and he knew that, I mean, does a person know that up front, that that piece of property they're interested in is landlocked? That's where I'm still confused.
Madam
I
Mayor?
don't know if that's relevant to I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, just a little bit of context here is that the applicant was the developer of Greenbrier. And so he did have access at the time, and he lost that access through the legal process. So it was a part of the concept. He was using that for servicing, and we had restrictions when it was approved originally, many years ago. It was approved for servicing only those residents within the subdivision. It was not access, it wasn't RV parking for anyone, it was only for those in the subdivision. And so when the concept changed and there were the legal concerns, then it became restricted. He could not access that parcel anymore through Greenbrier Estates. Hopefully that helps.
Yes, that reminds me when we've done this before. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Councilman Haverfield.
Parker, is 30 foot the minimum frontage requirement as far as for these lots?
Regarding the common drive,
Yeah, well, there's a common drive into 7 lots. Each of the lots has frontage onto that common drive. Is there a minimum width requirement or frontage requirement for the lots to access that common drive?
Mayor and Councilman, I believe in the RP zoning, there is not a frontage requirement.
Okay. Regular residential lots, is there a frontage requirement? Is it 30 feet?
That has since been removed from our code, so we don't have that frontage requirement anymore. We just have to have the access.
Lot width requirement is 30 feet, but
Right.
frontage, there's no requirement
The
for
lot width
frontage.
requirement's 30, which if it fronts on a roadway, it'd be 30 feet wide. All right, that answers my question.
Are there any other questions? Okay, Parker, thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing, and we just have a couple people here this evening. What do you think? Thank you for your patience, and I think earlier we shared the process that we're going to go through. We've got a number of people that have signed up that want to be so noted in their, I'm going to say support or opposition, most of it's opposition, but some people do want to testify. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through so that it's duly noted that the name of the person, the street that they live on, and whether they want to testify or not, and if they're opposed. So, or in support of. So that will all be noted as we go through. I think we have quite a list. And then as you come forward, just a reminder to please share your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes each. And then if someone before you has already said the same thing, you're welcome to even stand, state your name, and then say, I support the other positions. So, okay, so here we go.
Dennis Lyons on South Edgeview Drive is neutral, and he does not wish to speak. Shirley Satter on South Greenbrier Road is opposed and does not wish to speak. Randy Baker on South Malad Drive is opposed and does not wish to speak. Joseph Little is opposed and does wish to speak.
Good evening.
One of the things that makes Napa so special is that it's full of small, quiet communities and farms where everyone knows their neighbors. The homes that are spread out enough, the homes are all spread out enough to be peaceful and beautiful, at the same time old and new alike. As far as this project is concerned, I've heard a lot of bad things about the builder and the project, about the lies told to the two homeowners who the builder has approached, such as our entrance was an emergency exit and the main entrance exit was a community next to us, which we've already gone over. One of my big concerns is all the kids in the neighborhood. That hill that they're proposing to put the road on, it's a racetrack for all the kids in the neighborhood, including my own. Sad but true. These are the things that affect our neighborhood directly. How about the hours that the builder and the crews keep? Sunday, April 16th, 2 weeks ago, at around 8:30 a.m., give or take 15 minutes, a big rig with a flatbread and another large crew truck and a trailer with the Bobcat and forklift and another truck drove into the neighborhood. The big rig stopped in front of my house, 801 West Pearsall Street. Stopped in front of my house and then backed down the street in the cul-de-sac, followed by the other vehicles. They spent the next few hours unloading the equipment, throwing chains, unloading trucks, as well as making lots of noise and blocking a lot of the road. Then they loaded everything up and left as loud as they drove in. Now this is the builder's idea of a Sunday. It's not a good Sunday. It is how one of our subcontractor crews spent their Sunday. This was unacceptable. Sundays are for neighborhood kids to run around, for families to sleep in, and also for the Lord. It is for quiet and relaxation. This Sunday was way too busy and loud for all of that. These are the types of weeks and proven weekends the builders and his crew have in store for us. All of the construction crews, all of the noise, the music, the equipment, the traffic, the yelling, the cursing, that comes with it. For what, 7 more homes? For how long must we suffer for that? Our neighborhood has been completed for many years. It is our community for our families and our peace of mind, a place that we have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in. It is ours, and it is complete. Please do not allow this company to ruin our home for money. Let us have our place, our peace, and our happiness. Please don't allow our community, our city, to become another overcrowded Meridian or Cuna, flooded with homes, traffic, people, construction, and a place where Idaho seemed to no longer be. I love this state and I love this city. I adore this neighborhood. Please don't let it turn into a place where people are fleeing to get away from the craziness and crowding. Help us, please hold back the tide so we can take another breath. Because honestly, that's what it feels like. It feels like we're being strangled out everywhere we go, every city. Thank you.
Mayor, before you sit down,
And I'd like to ask a quick question. Which subdivision are you in?
I
Based on your
am in
street
Raintree.
address? You're in Raintree subdivision? Okay. I think I am going to ask, thank you. We're going to ask everybody as they come forward to let us know which subdivision you're
Sorry.
in. No, that's okay. We hadn't said it, so
Sure.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Tom Dale.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. First of all, I want to say thank you for doing what you're doing. I sat behind those desks for 18 years and dealt with these kinds of issues, and I know it's sometimes not very, you don't get much real warm, fuzzy feelings for it. You have hard decisions to make. I really appreciate that. I wrote you each a letter, and so I'm not going to read that letter to you, but I just want to emphasize a few points within my thought process. I believe that there would be irreparable damage that would be done to this cul-de-sac in this neighborhood if the street is allowed to go through there, and it's not even a street I've heard tonight. It's a shared driveway, 20-foot wide. I live in Bitterroot Court, which is the only other cul-de-sac in the Raintree subdivision. I've been there since 2003. That's nearly 20 years. And I love my neighborhood. Kids play up and down that cul-de-sac. They ride their bikes, they ride their scooters, and it's safe because we do not have through traffic. The people on Pearsall Court subdivision bought there for the same reason that I bought on Bitterroot Court cul-de-sac. This cul-de-sac is safe. There is no through traffic. Their kids play in that cul-de-sac. They ride their bikes and they run around, as has been noted here. That's a safe environment. There's 5 families who live on that Pearsall cul-de-sac. They paid premium prices for their homes, for the safety and security that was guaranteed to them when they bought in the Raintree subdivision. It's been asked, did the people know that there could be a road through there? No. It was never perceived that that could ever happen. This is an established neighborhood for many years. I just want to say that I have heard it said that this driveway would not create through traffic. It would just be an extension of the cul-de-sac. I strongly disagree with that opinion. Today, kids play in this cul-de-sac with the safety and without the danger of cars coming through that going somewhere else. There's a narrow, steep, downhill driveway, and yeah, they could see it, but cars come downhill faster often than they go uphill. And that would be a very dangerous situation for the kids that play in this neighborhood. They would be coming down that narrow driveway to go through this cul-de-sac, to go through our neighborhoods in Raintree subdivision, creating through traffic that is not existent today. It does create through traffic. I'm going to wrap up here real quickly just to tell you that in 24 years of doing the work that you're doing, I learned a good principle of planning and zoning is that people should not be accorded rights that other people are not allowed to have. And I strongly believe that allowing this proposal to move forward would greatly infringe upon the rights of the people who live in this established neighborhood right now. This project is wrong on many levels, the greatest of which is the destruction of an established neighborhood. You have great discretion in these development agreements, as has been described by your attorney. You can say no to this, and you can preserve the safety and integrity of this long-established neighborhood. And I ask you to join with all of the neighbors here and deny this application. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Our next speaker is Richard Larson, who is opposed.
Good evening.
I live in Raintree subdivision. My name is Richard Scott Larson, and I live at 831 West Pearsall. I am opposed to this for several reasons, from the traffic and all that. We've all heard about that. We know what's going on there, and I'm fine. We've stated that. When I see the picture of how this road's going to go up, where it's going to go up and then sling to the right just a little bit, and then go back up into the neighborhood, they're going over the other property owners' property with this thing. As cars come down there and there's a 10-foot embankment. I walked up there today. I'm 6'2". I couldn't see over the fence. I went to the top. I still couldn't get up in there and look. When they come down that slope, if they on any ice or any roads, they're going to slide into the homeowner that has not agreed to sell into his backyard where his kids play. Your angle of your road is not set right. If you're going up and you're angling and you're taking away his rights if something happens and somebody's drinking or driving, being stupid, and comes into his backyard. And if you lose one little kid because of that, and we've stated it why. The blood is on the developer and the people that approved it. I'm also opposed because people have established values. This neighborhood has 257 homes. These people have been there for 20 plus years. There's people that are retired. I've lived there for 18. This is a family set up neighborhood. And people get to know each other. You're bringing in a whole new entity that had nothing to do with this over greed of 7 homes that he bought, he lost to the bank and rebought back when the downturn occurred. Not to our fault, but to his. He's trying to recoup money. I'm opposed to him being able to get this chance to destroy that end of my street, to put kids in danger at all times. So I ask you to vote against this measure to protect the children and the people and the integrity of this neighborhood. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker, Larry Lake and Mary Lake, are both opposed. They are on South Raintree Drive, and they do not wish to speak. We have Donald Brown on South Raintree Drive, who is opposed, who does not wish to speak. We now have our next speaker is Emily Calkins, who is opposed.
Hi, I am the house that is on the right. We oppose because our kids play in the cul-de-sac. They also, that's where we're raising our kids. We have 3 little kids and more on the way. I'm expecting, so you can't really see Pearsall up on the top. It's actually a hill already. It's a slight hill, but the developing road is on a drastic incline. Our road, so you can't see it on this picture, but our front fence, we actually fixed it. And so it doesn't go diagonally. It kind of makes this L shape. And so the L shape cuts into our front yard, and it would be perpendicular to that road. So when you're coming down, almost to exactly where the sidewalk would be, you have our fence, which is perpendicular. If you're coming down, you would not be able to see the kids along that area when you're coming down that hill, because it is very steep. And then not on top of that, if the weather is bad, right now, we don't get snow trucks that come and clean that. When cars do turn around in there right now, when the weather's really bad, they slide and they go all over the place. It already is kind of crazy. If we already had a road that went all the way up, it would increase that danger from the ice or any other kind of traffic. It would be tenfold on all the little kids that come and drive their bikes around that cul-de-sac. It's not just our kids that play on there. There's lots of kids from the neighborhood who like to go up there because it is a hill, that they go around that cul-de-sac and they love to go around and speed down already. And they do a lot of other little activities around that cul-de-sac because we don't have traffic right now. But like I said, that fence, you can't tell here, but it is perpendicular to where the road would be built. And it is a 6-foot fence right now, and the cars coming down would not be able to see that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for testifying. It's very helpful to hear from you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker.
I think I will ask you to hold your applause, but I'm sure they appreciate it, but I will ask you to hold it.
Our next speaker is Danielle Cornwall, and she is opposed.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Danielle Cornwall. I don't know why I'm getting all weepy. This is dumb. I live at 565 West Mulberry Loop in the Raintree subdivision. I am very much opposed to this proposal going through West Pearsall. So years ago, we received all the notifications that Greenbrier Estates was coming and all this kind of stuff, and we never felt the need to oppose. We don't love having, you know, houses up on that hill overlooking our backyard, but, you know, they're 55 and older. I mean, it's a gated community. You can't have better neighbors. If you're gonna have neighbors, those are the neighbors to have, right? So unfortunately, as time went on, things changed. You already heard the history and things got crazy, and I'm sorry for our neighbors for what they've had to go through. But what we've ended up with was a big burnt bridge, you know, between Greenbrier Estates and, you know, their developer. I don't understand why the Rain Tree residents should have to suffer the consequences of a rivalry or a problem with Greenbrier Estates and Mr. Esposito. This cul-de-sac is dear to us. My kids played in there all the time. I look forward to seeing my grandkids play there. Our house is just right around the corner. There's a little back gate. They can get right through there, you know? And this has been our home for over 20 years, and we love it, and we just ask that you please don't make us suffer the consequences, permanent consequences in our neighborhood for the sake of, you know, because of a problem that we have in another neighborhood and their developer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Good job. Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker is Alan Calkins, who is opposed.
Thank you. Yeah, Alan Calkins, 669 Pearsall Street. My wife already spoke. We're the home at the end of the cul-de-sac there. I think enough has been said about safety, so I'll just skip over that part right now. I do want to talk about the value of my home. We specifically bought this home at the end of the cul-de-sac, and we paid $20,000 more for this home specifically. And I'm not just blowing smoke. There was another home that was just four homes up on Green Basin Way that was for sale at the same time. Very similar lot size, similar home size and everything, but we specifically said, no, we want the end of the cul-de-sac, so we're gonna pay more money for this. Also, I'm glad it was mentioned earlier that planning and zoning, the city council decides what's best for our city. And according to that planning and zoning report that we had earlier, there are a lot of developments going up, and we know that this isn't gonna make much of a dent as far as the city is concerned, but it will have a significant impact on our community. I know that, as mentioned already, this will do irreparable damage to our neighborhoods, not just to Rain Tree, but also to Greenbrier. Something that happened in the planning and zoning meeting that we had a few weeks ago, I hope the same mistake isn't made today, but those testimonies were kind of dismissed, saying that it wouldn't have an impact to them. But it absolutely will, because many of those residents purchased their homes with the expectation and with the promise that they would have that RV parking. And obviously that hasn't panned out the way that it has expected. I was also involved, excuse me, on getting a number of the signatures on the petition that you have all received. And I just want to make a comment on that every person that signed that, they're not just casually opposed to it. It wasn't, sure, I'll sign your thing, get off my doorstep. Everybody has a very strong opinion that we do not want this to go through. So I hope you take each one of those signatures very seriously, because as one who got the signatures, I got to see the reaction of people that were signing. Another thing I wanted to mention, the homeowners right next to us that are selling that 30-foot easement, or that are under agreement to sell that easement, they couldn't be here tonight. They wanted to speak, but they're actually under advisement from council to not speak today. But they were told some things that maybe were not true when they went into that agreement. Similar to us, it was mentioned when we for a short period of time, we were considering selling a part of our property in order to provide this road of an easement. And we were told that there was already an access point and that this was going to be secondary. We were told this is going to happen no matter what, so you guys might as well get on board. And then when we decided to back out of that agreement, a lot of things came forth that, no, this is the only access that we have. This is going to be primary. And we were put under a lot of pressure and threatened with a lot of legal action if we were to back out of that at that point. Thankfully, it was only a verbal agreement, so we were able to get out of that cleanly. But I just wanted those details to be known. And that's all I have to say. I guess any questions for me?
No, but thank you very much. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, Larry Callows and Giuliani Hollows on West Crimson Loop are opposed but do not wish to speak. Larissa Polfelski on West Thule Drive is opposed, does not wish to speak. Our next speaker is Keith Kofer, who is opposed.
Good
Good
evening.
morning, Mayor and Council, or good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Keith Kofer. I live at 746 Bitterroot Court, Napa, 83686, in the Rain Tree community. I have here 260 signatures on petitions opposing this project. And like was said before, they were enthusiastically opposing it. Rain Tree residents are here tonight meeting to show the seriousness of our opposition. Rain Tree has 247 homes, was established over 20 years ago. My home was built in 1998. The proposed housing development has 30-foot wide private streets plus sidewalks. I don't see any sidewalks planned for this path-through or alley, as I call it. It would come out on the alley on the Pearsall Street with a steep slope. If they decided to cut it down to where it would, and to where they'd ease the slope up a little bit, then they would have to build retaining walls on each side. And those retaining walls would have to be about 3 to 4 feet high. And then plus the 6-foot backyard fences on each side, you would have a 10-foot wall on each side of this alley. That's totally unsafe. Children play in the cul-de-sac, as you've heard. Parents would now have a concern about their safety, especially riding bicycles past that alley. I can only imagine how unsafe it would be for children to play in the alley, which they would. Ellen Nelson is here tonight. She watches her daughter, Amanda, ride her bicycle in the cul-de-sac. Amanda has Down syndrome, and this would stop her from having a real play area close to her home if you ended that for her. The alley would ruin the aesthetics of a long-established community. Bottom line, it would be ugly. It is a violation of Rain Tree CC&R Section 4.1.1 and 4.1.2 for the homeowners to sell portion of their property for use as an easement. These rules are in place to protect the community. 260 residents signed the petitions opposing this application and asked that you deny it for many reasons, including it is a violation of Rain Tree rules. It would cause irreparable harm to home values. It would be an alley with high walls. It would be ugly, and most of all, it would be unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Sir? Sir, are the 260 signatures from the Rain Tree subdivision?
All from Rain Tree.
All right, thank you.
I'm just, yeah.
I'd like to ask, how many people are here from the Rain Tree subdivision? Okay, how many people are opposed? Let me ask it a different way. How many people here support it? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I do a quick recess and confer with legal? Am I allowed to do that? Okay, I'm going to excuse myself for just a moment and confer, and I'll be back.
Understood.
You don't have to. I'm just freezing. That's okay. No. No, please. But thank you. Oh, no, I'm fine. I'll be okay. Thank you, though. I have waters there too, if you guys want any.
Oh, you're up top?
Okay, we're ready to get started again. So I need a gavel. I need a gavel. I don't have one. So, hello. Okay. Thank you. I guess it helps if I turn my mic on, though. Thank you for that gavel. I appreciate it. So we are going to go ahead and continue testimony, but I do want to ask if someone, I think we have the message, but it's important that we give opportunity for everyone that wants to speak. But if you do agree with what someone else has said, please feel free to just stand and say that, yes, I agree. How many? We are on number what?
19.
And we have?
One moment, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
'84.
Okay. So the 84, though, some people do not, and I did just ask council, so I want to stay true to process because we just had a discussion about it. So I do want to, we don't necessarily have to, let's be very quick in reading those that do not want to testify.
And Mayor,
yes.
I know I'm tough on this, and I want everyone that wants to speak to do, but please, we sometimes they question me a little bit if I take 7 times before I realize it. But once we hear 1 or 2 things, we realize that, and we don't need to hear it. If you just say, I agree, and unless there's some new point. I've heard some new points, which I appreciate, but I just want to say that we'll be here. I mean, we're used to it. We sometimes are here till midnight, and we'll do it again if we need to be. But you guys have had a long night, and I don't think I don't think you want to be here till midnight. So.
Okay.
Anyway,
Thank you. Okay.
Our next speaker is David Ferdinand, who is opposed.
Mayor and Council. David Ferdinand, 2419 West Heron Loop in Nampa. And I am speaking on behalf of the Greenbrier Homeowners Association. And obviously, we were working with staff to try to get this hearing tabled. And we appreciate the position that everyone is in there. Because the Greenbrier property is still in litigation in the Idaho Supreme Court in an appeal brought by this developer. Allow me to speak to the reasons we asked for hearing to be, if heard, denied this request for the action by council. The same thing happened in April 2nd of 2018, and at that time, the findings and minutes of the regular council meeting, City Legal Counsel recommended the parties should fully resolve any private disputes before city should take action. Again, the court case is still pending. Since 2007, 111 Greenbrier homeowner members have dealt with all the requested changes from this developer, attempted changes to the development and action brought before this city council and before the mayor, and was denied. I have an Exhibit A, which is a sales brochure. Let's see if we can get that up there. And just an example of what all of these homeowners saw when they first were interested in Greenbrier subdivision, including an assisted living facility, office building, had commercial business areas, a clubhouse, community storage facility, community park, and RV parking. The only amenity protected by the original development agreement is the RV parking. It was to be leveled, graveled, lighted, and fenced, not the weeds. Now, the developers, once again, disregarding the April 2nd, 2018 minutes, page 33, paragraph 5, B, recommended, fully resolve any private disputes regarding access to the property for the owners of the new residential lots proposed in Greenbrier number 3. If you look at this, you've got phase 1 and phase 2. There is no Greenbrier number 3. Remember, this is the RV parking amenity. The chronology of the events to date began in July of 2007 when the developer turned over the Greenbrier subdivision to the Greenbrier Homeowners Association via a quitclaim deed. Upon transfer, the developer lost any authority to act on behalf of the Greenbrier subdivision. Litigation continues to this day. During the litigation, the developer defaulted on the payments for the RV lot set aside as an amenity for the homeowners' RV parking, and that was in January of 2013, as well as the title to the mini storage lot. The partial settlement agreement, May of 2014, addressed the resolution of the lawsuit. The bank acquired the RV lot, which homeowners were renting space for their RVs and only being used for the members of the subdivision. You gave me 30 seconds and then time is up.
You didn't see it. Sorry.
What?
You didn't see it.
Oh.
It's up.
I'll just complete my thought, if that's okay. Clearly, no value was put on this ground because it did have no access. That's why the developer got the land back when he also purchased another finance person purchased the other property. How can the city allow another developer application requested hearing when the court case is still pending? It is time to stop this application. Deny this. Thank you.
Arlene Barnett Rogers is opposed, and she's our next speaker.
Okay, and before she speaks,
Mayor, thank you. Just wanted to follow up. You noted that our conversation was about procedure and that.
I didn't, but we should. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, just that those folks that were here should be given the opportunity to testify, but with your encouragement that they try not to be repetitive.
That was our discussion. I'm sorry, I didn't come back and state it, but that was the discussion. Knowing it isn't that I want to deny you, but we thought we could speed it up, but we need to go through the process. So, and go ahead and announce the name again.
Charlene Barnett Rogers.
She must have, oh, there she is. And who's after her to speak? I'd like you guys to be standing in line so we're not waiting. So who's after her to speak?
You want me to?
Go ahead and announce the next person so they're ready.
Charlene Barnett Rogers. I live at 806 West Banyan Street, and I'm part of the Rain Tree community that I love so much. So I want to put forth to you people, again, how did landlocked land get okayed to develop? It's landlocked. Who okayed this? Here's another thing I'd like to give food for thought, and I'll close quickly. Those people who purchased their lots at a premium price whenever they purchased it were guaranteed larger lots because they paid for it, correct? Yes. Not only that, they pay taxes on every square foot of those lots. Plus, they also pay the irrigation tax for those lots. So I would like to ask you, Mayor and Council, please take this into consideration when you think about putting this access in. Are you going to reimburse them for all the money that they have spent improving their property, and you're just going to give an easement and take it away from them for the years that they have contributed to the city? That's my final thought.
Okay, and next we have?
We have Rochelle and Brendan Green, who are opposed, and they are on West Crimson Loop, but they do not wish to speak. Ben Choi is our next speaker, and on deck would be Michael Pofelsky on West Thule.
Okay, so the first person you called was?
Ben Choi.
Okay, so if Ben left, what about Mike, was the next one?
The next speaker will be Michael Polfeski, but if I could put on record that John and Emily Daly on South Green Basin are opposed and do not wish to speak, as well as Timber White on South Green Basin Way.
And
Who
then
is
who's after
opposed?
Michael? I'd like the next person to be keyed up, ready to go.
On deck will be Ellen Nielsen on South Green Basin Way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Mike Pofelski. I live at 726 West Thule Drive in Raintree. I am greatly opposed to this development, which is in proposition. I am a father of 3 children, very small. I walk the streets of our neighborhood daily, giving them walks and so forth. By trade, I am an ER nurse. I serve the community daily. I have helped children that have been hit by cars, dragged by cars. I have helped adults that have been hit by cars, dragged by cars, by construction vehicles. I do not want to see any of the children or people in our community impacted by this proposed construction. I also wanted to bring one other thing that has not been brought up. I feel that crime could increase in our neighborhood if this is developed. I don't mean any disrespect to Greenbrier Estates, but there was an incident that occurred in 2021 in the summer where an incident that occurred in Greenbrier Estates was brought into our neighborhood. There was a fatal shooting that occurred in our neighborhood because of something that occurred in Greenbrier Estates. I am afraid that having another part of Greenbrier, I know it's separate, but having that developed and put into our neighborhood could increase crime, and I don't want that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. As she comes forward, go ahead and announce who's next.
I do want to state for the record that the following people are opposed but do not wish to speak, and that is Mona Lisa Candwell on West Thule Drive, Michael and Tamara Edwards on West Hackmore, Gail Burton on South Green Basin Loop, Jeff Nielsen on South Green Basin Way. Our next speaker is Ellen Nielsen, and on deck is Amdel O'Brien and Sergio Miriam.
Okay, you guys can just line up and be next, and then just state your name and address when you come forward, and thank you so much.
I'm not a speaker.
That's okay.
Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. They took down the picture. As you come into, I'm from the Raintree subdivision at 3689 South Green Basin Way. And as you come off of Locust into the Green Tree subdivision, you turn into Raintree and you hit my fence. And that turns into Parasol, which turns into Green Basin Way. It's kind of hard to see it now. Anyway, I'm not good with directions. I get lost in a paper bag. There we are. So this cul-de-sac, we are across the street from, not the guys over here, we're going to have a baby, it's the other one. We're across the street from them. I am known as the decorating lady. I decorate for every holiday. I've watched so many houses. Like her, I can't speak. Come into our cul-de-sac. I have a daughter that used to ride a lot in there until she had medical problems. But when we're out working, my grandkids, my daughter, she can ride, she can walk. We all know each other. The guy that blows my sprinkler, the elderly people we help on the corner. These guys are related to the Brants. Gail lives next to us. We're a community. We are quiet. We love that cul-de-sac. We've made snowball balls, snowmen, we've had yard sales, and we trick or treat. Everybody knows everybody. It's safe. I am so deathly afraid of what could come in there. Nothing against I'm going to call him Mr. John. I don't want to mess up his name. He's probably a very nice man, and I don't mean to be rude, but that's not our problem. You are now infringing upon our rights as a homeowner and my daughter's rights as having to be independent, to be able to do those things and to be watched by everybody. If that goes through there, I can't trust that. I'm sorry. And, you know, we love to be able to help each other. It's just what we do. And I've been in that house, me and my husband and my kids, for 18 years. And it's been lovely and awesome to see the neighbors that walk with their dogs. I didn't realize how many dogs are in our neighborhood until we did the petition. And it's just neat, because I think if we reached out to anybody, they would help. I could see more, like with the traffic. Oh my goodness. You know, in 18 years, 30 seconds, 18 years, we've never had anybody hit our fence in the snow. But like pregnant lady, I forget her name, said, we're scared, Emily, we're scared about what the snow and other things could do. We just don't know. And look at the little babies that play out there. You know, I oppose it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I missed you earlier. Ben Choi, 582 West Crimson Loop, Raintree subdivision. I'm in agreement with everything that's been said, so thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I would like to really express my appreciation for planning and zoning and the people in the building that did the historical presentation, because it answered so many questions that I had. I was hoping I would get answered here, and I found it very helpful. And it reinforces actually my position now to be opposed. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amdel O'Brien, and on deck is Sergio Miram. And I would like to state that Larry Cardwell on West Tooley is opposed but does not wish to speak.
Actually, I'm Linda Burley. Ardell was going to be my backup speaker in case I couldn't fit in 5 minutes. So I'm going to go first and she'll go second. Good evening. I'm Linda Burley, 3601 South Edgeview Drive in Nampa. When I purchased my home only 5 short years ago, there were under 40 homes in Greenbrier. The plan for the community, Mr. Fernandin has already gone over that. And I thought, what a perfect place to go. You know, I was interested in the assisted living. Then reality set in. There was no clubhouse. The featured park is a sidewalk through a grass area. The putting green was in disrepair and we had to finally remove it. My lot is somewhat level, while many of my friends are not. The storage facility does not meet code and is literally falling apart. There is no assisted living, and the medical office space is now duplex apartments. Now you want to take away the RV park. I say no. The development agreement calls for property to be, I'll skip that part. You know that. I'll skip that part too, but because this one is super important. In his final judgment, filed on February 25th, 2021, Judge Vandervelt says, and I quote, "There is a general public policy in Idaho that discourages parcels that are landlocked, but that is premised on the basis of avoiding waste. It is not, in and of itself, basis to grant access where access does not otherwise exist. Further, it is notable that at the time Mr. Esposito reacquired the RV lot, The bank valued it at $1, and Mr. Esposito paid $1 for that parcel. Thus, it appears evident that the diminution in value as a result of the parcel being landlocked was contemplated by both the bank and Mr. Esposito, end quote. $1. That dollar affects 172 residents of Greenbrier. Raintree has 247 homes, and if each one of those homes has 2 persons, that's another 494 residents. That's a total of 666 residents, plus children affected by that dollar. That is 666 residents who pay property taxes in Canyon County, support our schools, police, and firefighters, support local businesses, support the city of Nampa's. You're up next.
Go ahead and let the 3 people speak, and then finish with everyone that's opposed. And then you could just read their names and their opposed. I wouldn't even read their address.
Okay, I am Ardell O'Brien, and I live at 3808 South Teakwood in Greenbrier. Yeah, we've had a legal battle going on since this thing started. We always support the City of Nampa Civic Center, Idaho Center, Library, Recreations. We volunteer at different jobs. I've been at the hospital for years. There is one person who doesn't do those things, the developer. He's got $1 invested. Additionally, he likes to say that he offered to sell the property to the HOA. His asking price, if we want this RV lot, is $700,000. We offered him a reasonable price, like, half whatever. He turned it down. So he wants his profit on his dollar. Please do not allow the modification. Not every parcel of land needs a building. So please, please say no. We're tired of fighting.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sergio Miraman, and the next one on deck is Paul Duty.
Is Sergio here? I know we've had, is Sergio here? No? Okay. We do have a few people that have stepped out, okay? And the next one?
Paul Duty.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Paul Duty, and I reside at 3609 South Edgeview Drive in the city of Nampa, which is in the Greenbrier Estates. If I could have the picture back up, I have a point that I want to make there. While you're bringing the photo up of that, I also would like to address the gentleman that talked about the fatal shooting. That was an individual who does not live in Greenbrier. We have guns, but it wasn't us. The one that has that showed the picture of Greenbrier with its amenities, please.
The historical one.
I know you're going to ruin my time. There we are. Up at the corner, it shows the RV parking. And Mr. Esposito's argument is that it isn't utilized. Well, up there is a drawing. It actually was a handout that was given at sales offices. That shows 22 RV parking spaces with 16 occupied. So how could he expect 100? In December 13th of 2006, the developer claimed a lack of interest in the RV parking, so he wanted to create Greenbrier number 3. How could there be a lack of interest when in 2006, the first home was built in April 2006? It would literally be impossible to have a complete lack of interest until completion of the subdivision and all residents were on board. This was not done until October 9th, 2020, when the last home at 3805 South Teakwood was completed and sold. The sales literature shows 22 parking spaces with 16 being occupied. How could the developer expect any more? The national average for RV ownership in America is 9 to 10% of the population. We have nearly 20. It does fluctuate with residential turnover. This amenity was and has been used for the past 16 years, thereby setting its precedence. Many of our residents choose to be snowbirds, and many are summer travelers, so at times the parking lot does look sparse. It is thought to be that we are never to use our rigs, just park them. Many of us purchased our homes based strictly on the amenity of the RV parking. It's an amenity that we as a neighborhood want to keep. Due to the foreclosure on the RV lot, it was never completed as described in the original development agreement as being fenced, graveled, and lighted. It has been a chore having the weeds controlled, and many times code enforcement must be involved. We have lost some great neighbors due to the turmoil and stress of the uncertainty of the future. For some, it was just a relief to abandon ship. Upon this developer's reacquiring this lot, he knew full well that it had held a development agreement stating that it was RV storage only. He's the one that set it up. Also, as shown on the sales literature, it says that there is a phase 3 he keeps referring to. In the beginning, it wasn't there. It was an afterthought. I respectfully request that through your wisdom and God's guidance that you reach a decision which benefits the residents of Greenbrier, Raintree, and the city of Nampa. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Madam Mayor, there are no other people that are wishing to speak, and so I will list the names of the people that are opposed, who do not wish to speak. It's Dave Mortimer, Steve Track, Janet Mortimer, Heidi Track, Tracy Grossman, Naomi Reamer, Shannon Reamer, Carol O'Hary, Dee Smart, Louis O'Hara, Ron Wormser, Gordon Winter, Barb Winter, Raymond Seitz, Rick Grant, Vern Harkey, Ron Rodriguez, Linda Rodriguez, Esther Bromwell, Julian Hill, Satina Duty, Jerry Kern, Joy Kern, Kathleen Parson, Amanda Whitesell, Paul Duty. Oh, they spoke, excuse me.
I can speak again.
One moment.
I would like to speak.
Okay, just one moment.
Marlon Gunning, Phil Brown, Michael Hill, Mara Schaffen, Barbara Smith, Carol Hedstrom, Chet Bishop, Brad Bowes, Ryan Christensen, Tammy Jensen, Kevin Benjamin, Mary Benjamin, John Pence, George Rosenbaum, George and Sandra Rogers, Jerry Hall, Shannon Withers, Blake Withers, Robert Peters, Marilyn Kofer, and Francis Snyder.
Thank you. So those are all noted as opposed and not wishing to speak. And so now is the time, if there's someone that had wished to speak and had failed to get signed up, that you're welcome to. Okay, so we'll go with you first, and you can stand right in line behind her. I just have a question. Okay. Why don't you go ahead and, let's go ahead, you're second, and go ahead and come forward and state your name and address, and you can be right behind her. Okay, sorry, we didn't get you down, but go ahead and share your name and address.
D. Smart, 516 West Thornwood Street in Greenbrier.
Okay.
And I would just like to say that Greenbrier it's been implied that we are the villains for not giving Mr. Esposito access to his landlocked property. But you've seen many reasons why that has happened. But this is just a warning to the Raintree subdivision, to let them know that if they do any business with Mr. Esposito, that we have been in litigation with him for over 15 years, has cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay him and litigate this, go through this process. And we are still in court after 15 years. So if you do business with him, he does not do what he says, and he will come back and bite you if he can.
Thank you. Go ahead, and your name and address and which subdivision.
Madam Mayor, Council, go on record as I'm Brian Turkish and my wife Linda is here. We're both opposed, and Linda doesn't want to speak, but I just want to mention one thing too.
Could you give us your address?
Pardon?
Your address?
Yes, 3627 South Edgeview Drive.
And is that in Raintree or?
That's in Greenbrier.
In Greenbrier,
And it's, our back fence is at the very corner of the triangle. And we bought our property because we were told when we purchased the property by the sales department, there would be no one building homes behind us. We paid a premium price because we have the largest backyard of anyone in Greenbrier. So we did pay a price. We continue to pay a price, like you said, with the taxes and so forth. But with that said, nothing that we were promised other than good neighbors and nice homes has come to fruition. It's all been promises and then litigation, and we're at wit's ends. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else this evening that hadn't? Okay, and I'd like to ask, do you have something different to say? Yes, I do. Okay, so go ahead and stand in line. Please, when you come forward, go ahead and come forward, share your name and address and where you live, which one you live in.
My name is Kevin Babbitt, 3220 South Oxbow Drive in the Raintree subdivision. And the only thing I want to say that I really haven't heard a lot about, and if I understood it earlier on in the meeting, is that at one point, Mr. Esposito gave up the rights to have access to that property due to either legal counsel or whatever. The due diligence was not put forth to make sure he maintained that access. Due to the no fault of Greenbrier or Raintree, the fault lies entirely in their court for not following the legal course they needed to follow to maintain that access. Therefore, I am opposed to any access through either of these subdivisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Tim Brandt. I live at 3680 South Green Basin Way. The people that have granted the easement, I live just above them. So my backyard, the very top corner of that property, abuts mine. I heard it says that Mr. Esposito can't have access to handle the weeds back there. I've been there since 2004. I can count on my one hand the 4 times I've seen somebody back there mowing. I go back there twice a year, and mow the weeds across my backyard so I don't have to look at them. So he's never mowed it anyway. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Isaac Williams, 524 West Mulberry Loop in the Raintree. In the beginning of this, the guy who was speaking for Mr. Esposito was saying that they had ran joint utilities there, expecting to expand in the future, and that's completely false. The gas company and power, when they run joint trench, they always cross common lots to anywhere that there might ever be expansion. So he didn't put the utilities there. The gas company and electric company did that.
Thank you. Okay.
Late night. I'm Josh Bartels. I live at 3323 South Stanford. I'm not in either of those subdivisions, but if you look at the picture, those are both my barns on the north side of that fence. Yeah, and my cows. I've been asked by some other folks that everybody noticed that a lot of people have left and missed a chance to talk because it's gone so late. But I'm in excavation, and I wanted to bring up one point. It's been noticeable that everybody's pretty opposed to this. The CC&Rs are opposed to this. The HOAs are opposed to this. If this gets pushed through, that sets a precedence in the city of Nampa that CC&Rs don't matter. I deal with tons of developers, and I'm pretty sure they would jump all over that. I'm not going to keep you any later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening? Okay, seeing none, this is the opportunity for Mr. Butler to come and provide closing comments.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I must say I've been doing this for 30 years, and I've never seen such a large, courteous, well-organized group. And I just want to say thank you for that. Now, with that having been said, I have to point out a rebuttal on land use planning and the code and the law. But I really do appreciate, there were some facts that weren't quite right. That happens. I mean, we talk with friends 3 or 4 days after something happens, and we get facts wrong. So I'm going to go through the items that were brought up and ask if you have any questions. So I understand the neighbor's concern. There's an existing cul-de-sac there, and they don't want it extended. We oftentimes see people against development because they don't want to see development coming through their properties. We're asking for 7 homes on this piece of property. I might point out again with regard to the thresholds on the number, so I'm sticking straight with the law and the comp plan until I get to the end. So the threshold for the number of homes on a cul-de-sac set by your fire department is 30. There's 4 that take access on this cul-de-sac. The one over there takes access from the other street. So as far as the threshold goes, which is your standard set for what's legally allowed for a cul-de-sac, we're at 37% of what the fire department would allow. We're at 21% of what the average trips per day, the maximum trips per day are. I know it's tough for you to listen because you've heard all this stuff and you don't want to listen, but please, you know, if you can, try to follow. So we're at 21% of the number of trips per day that are allowed on a cul-de-sac. So we do not exceed the threshold for what's allowed on a cul-de-sac. The comp plan points toward encouraging residential growth. This is a vacant lot, and 7 lots does not overburden the property. It does not overburden or does not contradict your code, as staff has pointed out. In 2005, somebody said this development was denied. In 2006, there was a 5-lot subdivision approved by the city, and the 1-year extension was not extended. So it was approved for 5 lots in 2006. The Idaho, 2005? The Idaho Power Company easement, there's separate lots that go through there. We will have CC&Rs, just like they have in Greenbrier. I've looked at the CC&Rs in Raintree. These will be consistent and actually more restrictive because Raintree doesn't restrict it to 55 and over. I understand construction vehicles going through subdivisions and noise. Typically what you'll see is, not that it helps, but at least it's a condition that can help provide some comfort, is that signage be required, that not have loud music and that type of thing. It was stated that it was overcrowded. I don't know how you can say this is overcrowded. I understand more the issue of, you know, our kids playing in the street. That's why I resigned from the highway district, because, you know, these are public streets. And, you know, I played in streets when I was a kid, but they are public streets. So that always bothered me when people brought that up. There are retaining walls planned for the roadway, the private drive. The private drive does not exceed the percentage allowed by the engineering department. So, you know, it is not a steep driveway as was pointed out to be. Somebody said it would be ugly. I don't see how 7 residential homes are ugly. This gentleman had talked about the previous application that we submitted and the council action to defer action. Mr. Lakey pointed out at the very beginning, this is a separate subdivision, has nothing to do with that previous application. So in my opinion, that testimony doesn't apply. I've known John Esposito for 25 years, and it just, what they say, you're here to make a decision, in my opinion, based upon land use. If you determine that it's an unsafe location, that I can live with. I don't believe it's unsafe. I've already talked about the roadway meeting the dimensional requirements and slope requirements, and the number of homes not exceeding what's allowed in the cul-de-sac. But this, and I can swear in Eagle, but I can't do it here. The dollar the lady had. So, and the litigation for 15 years. John Esposito developed a beautiful subdivision. It's got a 1-acre park. He spent $10,000 on the putting green. It's got flower gardens in there. That's BS. Why would they live in there if it wasn't a nice subdivision? So he built this subdivision, and he was planning on the income from the mini storage to be his retirement. They found a note on the plat where the common lots were donated to the association. It accidentally included the mini storage. Could you go out to show the mini storage? So they sued John to take his property. They sued him to take his property. They tried to take that mini storage property saying it was his, and they wouldn't pay him the money for it. That's settled for $150,000 that went to John. John is not the evil one here, but he is not. But that is, again, that is not what you're here to determine. He offered on October 29th of 2001, and do you accept exhibits? Some cities don't.
We can make them of record. Thank you.
He offered on October 29th, 2021, to give them land, the land for RV storage, if they would give him access. He has been fighting to try to get access here. Anybody would do that. He was ready to buy these properties from the bank for $100,000, the mini storage and the RV park. They sued him again, saying he had no right to access. That clouded the funds to be able to buy this property. I bought the mini storage property. Me and 2 other investors. We went to John and said, we'll put up the $100,000. We'll buy the mini storage. You let that go to us, and then we'll give you the 1.7 acres. He did not pay $1 for it. The bank required some sort of an amount to be put on the deed. So they put $1 on it. He did not pay $1 on it. He lost it because they sued him. Anyway, I know John would be happy that I said that, although it has nothing to do with land use planning. Land use planning is, do you feel it meets the codes? Staff recommended approval because their opinion is your law book, in their opinion, this meets that. P&Z I know you're the ultimate authority, but you've had many folks look at this. Your staff members in P&Z, your engineering department, your fire department, your planning and zoning commission, they all recommended approval. Why? Because it meets the code. So please take any animosity you have about John off the table. That should have nothing to do with your decision. And I'll stand for questions.
Mayor, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to say, just for us here today, first and foremost, as we've all listened respectfully, I do expect the same from everyone here, and thank you. You've done a really good job
They were
tonight.
very good.
You were. And
I appreciate it.
And then I do want to say that the statement that you just said is absolutely correct. Any decision we make tonight should have nothing to do, this is a land use issue, and so comments regarding character and the feelings do not enter in. They may be there, but that's not part of our decision tonight, and I think council understands that. So just so you know, that's not entering into our decision-making process. So Councilman Bruner?
Yes, for Mr. Butler, I'll just make one comment, then I have one question. Number one, if I was young and a boxer, I'd want you in my corner.
Thank you.
You are a fighter.
Did anybody know Chris Cordy? Land use planner for years. He's the one who talked me into quitting government. He said, you've got the killer instinct. John just wanted me to point out again that the letter does say, if you read it, that he was going to give them the property for RV parking. So I believe he's tried everything he could to make it work. And I just feel like he's stuck, landlocked property.
My question is, Mr. Esposito developed Greenbrier, right?
Yes.
He had nothing to do with Raintree.
Yes, correct.
Nothing.
Nothing.
So what, as far as this access, is affecting Raintree, but he never did anything to develop any part of Raintree.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
For council, do you have any questions for the applicant before we close public hearing? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so council, discussion or?
Do we have the motion up here at all? The motion possibilities?
The motion's right here.
I know.
He does.
Okay.
I'm just-
Mayor,
Yes,
can we make a motion? We have a discussion first?
that's fine.
I'll just make a motion that we deny the development agreement modification of ordinance 3443 and the subdivision short plat approval for Greenbrier Estates number 3 to allow for 7 residential lots for John Espinito.
Because the project fails, we have to have the conditions of law?
Yep, because it fails to comply with the subdivision, the people that were there, they bought those lots knowing that it was gonna be a cul-de-sac, and they didn't buy those lots knowing that it'd be a through street.
Okay. Rodney?
Good enough?
Mayor, you counseled me to come up and just make sure that it's clear. So we need you to select one of those criteria on the right-hand side of the screen and tell us which one of those fits.
I can go with 5 that the proposed amendments would not be in the interest of the public and wouldn't be reasonably necessary for the people that live in that subdivision.
Mayor, I'm gonna go ahead and second that. Let me just state, then I'm sure there'll maybe be some other discussion. That's why I asked that last question. If, and I'm sorry, I don't know what all the legal battle, and that's not what we're here for tonight. But I know I don't like anyone to be landlocked, and if you could get through, somehow win and get through on a Greenbrier, I probably would be passing this. But when you're affecting another subdivision that you had no interest in to start with, that's why I'm voting against it. So, second.
And legal, Todd?
Madam Mayor and council members, as I said, you have a fair bit of discretion on whether to modify the development agreement. And if the motion is ultimately carried, typically what you're supposed to address is also what, if anything, the applicant could do to gain approval. But the response to that in this case, might be we have a development agreement that both sides agreed to. And compliance with that agreement is what we expect, essentially. But that's all I have to add, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Oh,
Go ahead.
excuse me, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. After reading and all the letters and the emails and also listening to what you folks have had to say, I've put some notes together here. And some of the things that I see here are poor planning shouldn't be fixed by our neighbors. Environment and established homes and subdivisions shouldn't be affected by that. The other thing is, when there's so many people here against a proposal, I would think that would be in the best interest to do and to help and to work with. And unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. To encroach on another established home subdivision is the property right to that person who made an astounding investment. I will tell you, as a police officer in the city of Nampa that's retired, when I heard you say your kids play in the streets, I just went, "Ugh." Unfortunately, they do, I know that. But I'm going to give Mr. Esposito just a little advice. Instead of go against the community, go with them. Put a park here where kids can play, a dog park. Put a pathway. Wouldn't that be much better than arguing and fighting and going to court and wasting money? Isn't that right? So I will thank you, Jacob, because I will approve the motion.
Councilman Haverfield?
Just a quick question for legal regarding the development agreement modification. The way that I'm reading this, you say it's, or it says that it's purely discretionary. The fact that a development agreement was already approved, a modification is just a request. There's nothing incumbent on us to have to give criteria beyond that at this point if we don't feel comfortable with making a modification to the development agreement, correct?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, I would essentially agree with that. The development agreement was negotiated as part of the annexation, and as I said before, there was a commitment on both sides that are binding into the future for that parcel to be for RV storage for Greenbrier. That commitment still exists, and I think as a city, you're entitled to say, no, we want to stay with what the commitment was.
And that's my question as far as if staff's telling us we have to pick one of 5 reasons up there, we really don't have to.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, I would say those are a little more applicable to the plat, but the first hurdle you have to get over is the modification. And if those things can certainly be your thought process behind your decision, but I think your reasoning can also be, we want to keep the agreement in place as it is.
And that would be my position, so.
I'm just going to make one short comment, and that is there have been times that we have approved a cul-de-sac going through to another subdivision, but that was in the case that the road was platted. It was intended when it was all developed. In this case, it was not intended. It was not the intent to ever go through to another road. It was truly a dead-end cul-de-sac, which is the basis for saying that we would not approve it to move forward because people purchased based on that. If it had been stubbed as a street, it would be a different case, but it was not stubbed as a street. So is there any further discussion?
I just want to make some comments.
Yes.
First, I want to thank everybody for being here. This is what community looks like, and Nampa is so lucky to have you in our community because this is the vision. The very first part of our vision statement states, Nampa is a caring community where people live, work, play, and raise their families. You are that vision, so thank you for being here. I just want to let you know, your voices have been heard, and we work for you. And because of that, I will be voting to approve the denial on your behalf.
Good job. Okay. With that, if there's no further comment, let's move to roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Levi. Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you all for waiting it out this evening.
You want to stick around till
You
midnight?
guys, we have 2 more.
Yeah, we're not done.
Come on, stick it out with us.
Council, do you?
2 more public
We have
hearings.
2 more. Thank you.
Oh, don't worry.
So our next one
We'll help you.
is Matt Jamison. Okay, we'll give it. Does anybody need a bathroom break?
Well, you know, we have a heart. We hear everybody. We get it. You're welcome. Oh, yeah, that's right. You are. I thought I knew you. I thought, yes, I know. That's cool. Well, thank you. I loved your comment. Oh, my God.
I had more.
Oh,
I
that
can
was-
tell you why. You know what? It's because you're passionate. That was it.
Well,
I know. Wait, do you want some crackers? I've got some.
They come back on us and say, well, really?
Yeah, you know what? Isn't it weird when all of a sudden the tears are there?
Can I have that dollar? As a, I was gonna say, you better keep that one.
Did I say five? Okay. I looked at him like crap.
And it's fine, like that works.
Hi, Amanda. Nice to meet you. I'm Natalie. Would you like to ride your bike? Would you like to ride in that?
Well, the other day. Yes.
When's the fourth one due? December?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you just. So, what sexes do you have so far?
Thank you.
Oh.
Did a good job at the top.
I live on a cul-de-sac, I wouldn't want to give it up either.
You know? It doesn't matter.
Everybody's gonna be mad.
You know what? I feel bad.
All right.
That's why some.
You woke me up.
Cross only had 3 minutes.
You woke me up.
But anyway, so thank you.
Great learning experience.
Should have done that one first, though. Maybe not.
Looks like it hurts.
Nice meeting you. Thank you, sir. You're very vocal. Nice.
Feels like it's over.
I hope I don't ever have to go.
Put everything else to the next one. Let's go home.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Well, it's important.
Blessings. All right. You got what did you do?
Shoulder surgery.
How long ago? Well, you need to be shaking my ass.
Tuesday last week. I'm just getting a little exercise.
I had to say, do we have to go through this?
What did you have? Clavicle or
I
what?
had the bicep tendon. They had to move it.
I hear shoulders are the worst.
And then they had a bunch of
But it's like,
in there.
What caused all this?
So you just get paid and.
Life?
Motorcycles, crashes, football.
I realized you had recessed. I thought.
Gotcha.
oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I should have said.
It's okay. I stopped it.
You paid for that.
Well, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I can take my shoes off. You wear those high heels, no wonder you're.
Okay, shall we get started? I think we have 2 more public hearings this evening, and we have 2 more.
Todd had the
Yeah.
same reaction.
Yes, we have 2 more. But I think we can go pretty quickly, yes. So, and then we'll circle back, yes. So, I'm sorry? Oh, you're waiting, okay. That, you can stay there while she's, I think I hear her coming, though. That is great. Oh. Are you going to get the nets?
Will you get me a water? Oh, there's one right there.
Oh, there we go.
Can you still catch?
So I'm going to go ahead and start this. Okay, so Matt, this is action item 6.5, public hearing. This is CDBG funding allocation for non-public service allocation. So,
There,
There
the
we
green
go.
light
Okay.
just turned on. Mayor, Clean Council, I'll be respectful of your time tonight. Yes, we were at the funding sort of portion of our current allocation round for what will be the 2023 fiscal year. Just a quick reminder that we still have not received our official HUD funding allocation, so we're, per their guidance, we're allocating based on last year's number. So as soon as we get an actual allocation number from them, we'll come back before you and make some minor changes if the number changes slightly. But just as you probably saw in the memo, we're allocating based on the $789,000, $512, excuse me, and then including in there $173,603.58 in prior years program funding for a total of $963,115.58. But today we're only asking you to allocate the portions that are for administration planning and then the non-public service, and I'll be back at May 2nd council meeting for the public service specific applications. You probably noticed it's a little different this year. We've more funded some generalized buckets of funding for both the Public Works and for parks, that we have a couple different options. Right now, I think we're probably moving forward the design, but We didn't quite have them finalized, so we wanted just to fund some generalized buckets for them. We'll come back to you with some activity-specific requests for those funds. So right now, we're just going to allocate money to go towards that general activity type. And then we'll come back to you once we dial in that project for exact amounts and if we have all the stuff lined up. And same with the parks. And so we'll probably move forward to that style of allocation moving forward. It saves the staff time on the application round. We can just sort of identify roughly how much they'll need, get the money allocated, and then come back with a site-specific or an activity-specific application. So it seems to be a little cleaner for staff time. But as of right now, the funding recommendation for CDBG administration planning was the 157,902. That includes kind of a breakdown of some staff positions so that we can have some cross-training opportunities for Hannah and Krista. And then also there'll be some funding in there built in for some planning activities. So we may be able to help with the 504 ADA accessibility plan. We may be able to help with some other plans along the way in the 23 fiscal year. So we've added some money in to help assist with those types of plans.
Could you tell us, what is the percentage? I'm sorry.
Oh,
What is the
admin is-
percentage of the allocation that's going to administrative?
It's capped at 20% by regulatory requirement. And we're right, it's right at that, where we've just put money into what we think will be, that we normally wouldn't need that much. And next year, we probably won't take that much because we won't have any plans to participate in. And then last year, we're currently in the middle of our con planning process. So we utilized some additional funds this year to pay for the consultant to help with the con plan. And so next year, I don't anticipate taking that full amount, but right now it's at 20%. The public service is capped at 15%, which is the next council meeting will allocate those funds out. And then the remaining is what we just call non-public service. And so right now, like I was saying before, we have CDBG at 157,902. And then the non-public service activities will be at 690,334.34, which includes 269,640.34 for what would be public works activities. That is made up of 3 different years of program funding. So we had some left over from prior years and 96,000 from the current year's application. And then parks, we've put in $100,000, and we will try to identify some ADA improvements we can make in some parks next summer. And once again, the last area was the housing affordability, which is just sort of another generalized pool of funding that can, as project and shovel-ready development comes in, we have funds available to participate if it makes sense. If it's a project we think is good for our community, then we can participate with that $100,000. We do have 2 applicants this year that we're going through their applications to determine eligibility that would potentially access those funds in the fiscal year 23. And then, of course, lastly is the 2 city-run projects, which is the home repair loan program at 184,960 and the Brush Up Nampa at 35,734. And this is the second year where we've added money in to do lead mitigation. So we're going to actually take care of some of the lead homes that we normally have declined in the past by hiring a lead certified contractor to paint as many as we can with the funding. And so those are the current items up on your, I guess, your docket for approval today. Did you have any questions about any of the funding recommendations?
Are there, yes.
Turn this on. So the amount that you're requesting that we allocate, is it the 690,334, or is that in addition to the 157?
I apologize. It is an addition. So the 690, I might have misspoke there. The 690,334 is just the non-public service portions that would go to city-funded projects. And then in addition to that, it's the 157,902.
So do you have a total for those?
I can grab it real fast. Oh, in fact, I have it pulled up here. I can share my other spreadsheet if you'd like.
I didn't see anything as far as an actual recommendation or a motion, which is what we've been getting as of late.
I think the action requested was just to allocate the 2022 Community Development Block Grant funding for administrative planning and non-public service activities as presented.
As presented, so it's not,
As presented.
it doesn't
So
need to be number specific.
that not.
So the
so it's-
total is 848, 236.34. So the only portion that will be remaining for the May 2nd will be the 114,879.24. That's the public service portion of our grant. And so this particular, those two combined, on the prior, those two combined, the 157,902 and the 693.34, totaled that 848, 236.34.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Matt. So this is a public hearing and there isn't, so I'm opening the public hearing. There isn't anyone signed up to testify. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public
So moved.
hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So council?
Mayor Kling, I'll make the
Yes.
motion to, I guess it's, the action item is a CBDG funding allocation, non-public services allocation as presented to us in our packet that totals $848,236.34.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Matt, thank you. Appreciate your work on this.
Yeah.
So, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Levi, Bauer, Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, we're going to move to public hearing 6.6 tonight. This is the fiscal year 2022 budget amendment. And Doug, thank you for being ready to go. And to our fire team back there, it's so good to see you. And you've had to wait a long time tonight. Did you? Did you have snacks? Okay, good.
They ate them all.
Okay. I guess while he's getting it up, I think I want to just say, are there any questions? I know Doug has a presentation. You got it. Okay, there we go.
Mayor, Council, this presentation will go exactly as long as you all wish it to go. I will try to be concise, but I'm open for any questions you have. So very briefly, I wanted to, for the new councilors, primarily Councilor Jangala, just go through what an amendment is and why we have the amendment process. And if I could get my computer to work with me. There we go. So the budget is our legal authority to spend. Any values that exceed the budgetary expense need to be approved by council. During the course of the year, an amendment may be done at any time. We can do it in the beginning of the year to the end of the year. If council approves a non-budgeted expenditure, that's fine as long as we come back and do the amendment prior to the end of the fiscal year. This year, we have a budget amendment, and the budget amendment is primarily one of two reasons. One, to bring forward costs that were budgeted in the prior year but not spent, or to allocate new spending for issues that had come up during the current year that weren't budgeted for in the prior year but need to be spent in the current year. The amendment this year is April. Last year, we did it in September. We will probably have another amendment toward the end of this year in August or September to catch any new spending. With all of the challenges going on in ARPA, the infrastructure bills, the other monies that might come up, I can almost certainly anticipate another amendment toward the end of this year. Now, I apologize. I'm kind of working shorthanded. We're losing Ed with his challenges outside the home and his family, so I've had to do a little bit of his work and a little bit of my work to catch up. And so I made a couple of grouping errors, but let me kind of give you the summary of the budget, and then I'll explain a couple of the amendment, and I'll explain a couple of the grouping errors I put in. This year's amendment is for a total of $38,386,000. Primarily, that is for, almost entirely, with the exception of ARPA and the grants, bringing forward monies from last year, which were budgeted but not spent last year, with the significant portion of that, about $29 million of it being brought forward exactly from last year, and most of that being capital. Now, inside this amendment, although it's difficult to see because it goes in and comes out, is one aspect that will reserve $20 million for the wastewater treatment plant. If you recall the presentation we did several months ago, we talked about the contingency reserve of $20 million. What we propose within this amendment is to now create that actual reserve of the $20 million out of the wastewater treatment plant's fund balance to make that a separate fund that can only be spent based on city council approval. So it takes it out of the regular fund, reserves it for this specific purpose. And it's kind of goes in and comes out. It's an expense and it's a revenue, but it's all in the same fund. So it's not really shown, but it is a part of this amendment. Within the amendment, we have a couple of other issues that are worthy to talk about. One of the grouping errors I made was in the public works on the front of $22.6 million. I accidentally put in there an amendment for the police department. We had several budget improvements that we needed to make that actually brought forward money or pulled money from the fund balance. And that was relating to their benefits, vacation, holiday pay, and Viva pay that we didn't accurately present in the budget last year. And that was $1.3 million, where in the last year, we noticed that they had overspent their budget. And when we looked at the 2022 budget, we realized we would have a similar issue in this year. So we've created a budget, and that's $1.3 million for police amendments to get them to a point where their budget is stated correctly. The other issue that I wanted to point out was, and talk with you about, is the ARPA issue. And in fact, I'll come back to that one. There are, across the top, I have several columns. Public Works, lid settlement, fire, impact fees, $4.6 million. But I probably I'll talk about anything you wish, but I'd like to focus on the ARPA piece. We have $5.8 million of money budgeted to be brought into this budget for ARPA. Most of that is for Public Works, for them to use in part of their projects for wastewater, water, and so forth. There is about $700,000 in there, maybe a little more, for the creation of the police internal or the integrated command center that I believe has been dialogued about too. And that's part of also the Jeff Barnes traffic, the cameras and the traffic. So that's all part of the same process in that $3.8 million. We propose using $624,000 for the lid settlements, the 2 lids that we have outstanding that have not been settled or resolved earlier. We propose $360,000 for the fire department. That is comprised of 3 elements, $200,000 for overtime, I believe $100,000 for sick time, and $60,000 for equipment to help them rebuild their technological capacity to hold meetings like this on a internet type of a scale. There were some other monies being spent from the ARPA. We had about $300,000 of COVID sick pay for the city that we accumulated. We've actually gone over that limit, but we're just going to absorb that. There was $115,000 for the Highway 16 study. IT, $350,000 for the Zero Trust environment, and that is the issue that Butch has been putting forward. We're talking about the risk to the city for hackers and bad actors to challenge the financial security. Personally, this is one of the areas that I truly worry about, is somebody getting into our financial system from outside with bad intent. We've had several attempts this year. We've been able to deal with most of them very successful, but it does worry me that we are exposed. And I've seen big organizations fall subject to phishing attacks. this is an attempt to help secure the financial well-being of the city, and it really is a relatively small investment considering how much ransomware could impact us should somebody break through our firewalls. And then CARES and shares, 100,000 more. That's for the utility billing program for those people who need it. We're starting to see, during COVID, we didn't see much of that because there were plenty of other funds available for residents to go for. Now I'm seeing on a weekly basis 5 or 10 more people who are applying for that $150 of assistance, and this will help get us through. And then we have, if you recall, we have more money we want to allocate to CARES and shares next year and the year after, a total of about $300,000, but for this year about $100,000 to make sure that that program is well funded. Yes.
Could I ask a question before
Certainly.
you move off of ARPA? We had emergency planning in there for 50,000.
Yes.
Is that part of the 96?
Yes, it is.
And then Nampa Family Justice, so it is, I just.
It is in there.
know. Okay, so that's part of that. And then Nampa Family Justice Center, I believe they had something, but I'm not seeing
They had
it
about,
listed.
I do have it in there. It's, I probably accidentally grouped it in. I can tell you exactly. I've got the copy up here with the breakdown of the detail of all of the ARPA funds, and I can tell you exactly what's in that. I know because my 5.8 million here matches the 5.8 million up there. So we had, for the Family Justice Center, we had, I believe, $170,000. For them, we had $52,000 for finance admin for support, $50,000 for emergency planning support, $45,000 for public works grant FTE, COVID sick pay, and planning and zoning, and $834,000 for the integrated command center, $2 million for the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay. So I saw the Highway 16 study, IT, sick pay, all of that. And so it must be Nampa Family Justice must be in the ARPA usage?
Well, but the NAMLI, I think they, let me go back on the family justice. If I recall correctly, they don't need those funds until next year. It's part of the, because that's when the grant.
So it's going to be in next year's budget allocation, not this one?
Right, we have it as part of the total ARPA,
Thank
but they didn't need it right now. But it is allocated for them.
So the 96 has probably,
The 96 is primarily the 50,000 for the emergency, the 52,000 for me on the finance.
thank you for clarifying that. I just need to make sure.
No, all questions are welcome, all questions.
Mayor, real quick. Hey, Doug.
Yes.
So I just went back to my notes from that ARPA meeting, and I had 7.5 million is what we had to, like, that we were able to use out of the 17.5. So is that not a reflection of that 5.8?
At that point in time, we were speculating exactly how much we might pull into the current year's budget. We have a total of $18.7 million to use. We had received $8.6 or $7 million already, and I'm expecting to receive the second tranche of money in about a month or so for the second 8.6. We could spend that money exactly as council wishes, as long as we obligate it by the end of December 31st of 2024. And then we have until 2026 to spend the money, but we need to obligate it by then. So we're taking a conservative approach and being very careful how we use the money. A lot of the intent was to hang on to enough money. We set aside about $3 million of the total for matching, so we could be able to match other grants that would come from the federal or state and not be caught flat-footed. But I don't know the exact $7 million numbers, but I do know that we proposed several different amounts of what we could have brought in. But we had a total of 8.5 this year and another 8.5 or 8.7 each year. So 18.4.
And a total of that 10 million is what we can use for that percent match.
Now, the 10 million was a slightly different number. What that was revenue replacement. So what the ARPA rules allowed us to do is, it's kind of like your tax, your standard deduction, where you, as an individual, I think you had about a $28,000, $27,000 standard deduction, or you could itemize. This is the same concept. They come to the cities and said, you can either prove to us how much revenue you lost, or you can take a $10 million standard deduction, in essence. The $10 million is for revenue replacement, which means that we could spend it any way we choose that a city would normally spend money. We're not limited by the strictures of the ARPA guidelines for water, wastewater, and so forth, because it's revenue replacement. Under the theory that we lost revenues because of COVID, and this was intended to make us whole.
So that 7.5 million we don't have anymore, and it's now that's our total?
Well, the 7.5 would have to look and see exactly what you're looking at. We have a total of 18.7 to spend. We may have broken it down into separate buckets, $10 million revenue replacement and $7 or $8 million for specific ARPA funds. I think the $7 million was merely a component of the total.
Okay, so but that's our new total, the 5.
That's what we're bringing in right now. Now, in the end of the year, it's likely we'll bring in another amendment to bring in more of this year's current.
It'll be either in another amendment or in the next year's
Or in the next year,
budget.
one of the two.
So all we're taking is just a certain dollar amount that's impacting this year's budget
Right. Very correct, Mayor. That's correct.
that we're expensing.
But I will tell you that even the amount we bring in the next year's budget is not going to be extremely clear cut because I mean, if you talk to Tom Points and my grants person, they are jumping like mad to try and track and manage all the potential grants. And they're not exactly clear of what's available when, but we're very much on top of meeting very frequently to make sure we leverage our funds to the maximum capacity we have.
So Doug, I have a little different question. So in the year-end budget amendment, we're going to, because really what we're talking about here, this amount is what we're anticipating expensing, right?
Right.
This that we're taking into the budget. But
Right.
actually, within this fiscal year, we're going to have received all of the funds.
Cash-wise, yes.
And so won't we need a budget amendment to acknowledge the receipt of those funds?
No, not unless we spend it.
So not unless we spend it, even though we've received, we don't have to show it as revenue.
Yeah, actually, that's a reasonable question, Mayor, but I don't think we're required to list that as amendment until you authorize the expenditure of the funds. But, let me do research on that to find out if we need to recognize that. We got the money in May. No, I don't think so. We got the money last year in May, and we weren't required to recognize it then in last year's FY21. And that went through the audit procedure with Ide Bailey, so I don't think we're required to, but I'll verify on that one.
Thank you.
But if we designate it to be spent, definitely.
Thank you.
Can we invest it in Twitter stock? I'm just joking.
Yeah. Okay, free speech, here we go. One more breakdown of the numbers. This 37.7 is just the expense portion. Within the $38 million I put on the first sheet was $588,000 of revenue we will be billing the fire department for the costs we paid for them from October 1st to 12/31. We knew we were going to have additional funds above what we budgeted to pay for, and they will reimburse us for that. But that's the difference between the 37 and the 38 on the prior page. This simply breaks the money down in terms of what particular type of spend it is. $2.1 million in personal services, $489,000 in IT, operations, in the various accounts, $758,000, repairs and maintenance, $661, fleet and fuel, $162, fire district, $2.2, and I'll go into the fire district in more detail in just a minute. Capital is $29 million, contractual services 1.9, and miscellaneous for $17,000. Now, the fire district 2.2, let me explain that one very clearly. As part of the fire district annexation, we agreed to pay them for any accrued PL that their firefighters had earned over the years. We also agreed to pay them any amount excess to what they didn't incur in their budget in FY21. So if they ended up with a surplus in FY21, which they did, the agreement that was approved stated that we would reimburse them or pay to them that differential of their unused budget. And that was about $188,000. The PL portion is a little over $1.8 million that their firefighters have accrued over time. Now, we have reserved for that. It's been in our general fund balance for a number of years. We have a $2.2 $2.3 million PL reserve. PL is paid leave. So we've been on our books, we've been anticipating if we might have a need for it, and this will serve that need. But after your approval of this, that will give me the authority to actually pay the fire department their PL. Now, they're not, once they get it, they will have to hang on to it so they can pay the PL out as their firefighters use it, and that's the intent. And we also have other accruals inside the city to help us deal with our PL on a payout basis as we go.
Question.
Yes.
Doug, but didn't we authorize the fire department, was it 2.6 million in October?
$2.8 million was the budget value that we would pay on our behalf out of fund reserves from 10/1 to 12/31, and we paid that. The actual amount of money we spent on behalf of the fire department was about $3.3 million. So they are giving us the rebate back, that difference between 2.8 and 3.3, they're paying back to us through the 16% allocation they've normally given us in the past. That's $588,000. They'll give it back to us. And that way we've kept within the authority approved by council of $2.8 million. And we have not exceeded that.
So
Well,
actually,
with this.
we're not giving them $2.2 million.
We're giving them $2.2 million to,
The number up there is different than what Doug's
It's-
talking
it's
about for the
totally
quarter.
different.
This is PL.
this is paid leave. So
It's
whether
two
you're
different
fire or city or other employees here, you accrue PL. If you recall, during the budget process last year, we made a change to limit the city's liability for PL because it was growing out of control. The firefighters and the police have their own separate contractual agreements that we're unable to affect. And this allows us to shed that liability. We'd reserved for it, so it's not an additional impact to our reserves. We still have adequate reserves in the general gov even after this has been paid out. In fact, the total reserves in the general gov are about $26 million before at the end of 10/1/21.
If I could speak to the PL real quickly. The PL that he's talking about that we have already agreed upon to pay out to fire as part of the agreement, but I will say that money has been sitting there for that purpose since before I came into office. Vicki Chandler shared it with me, and that's exactly expressly what that was sitting there. She said this is going to be held, and if and when the district comes through, it moves over with them.
Right.
Because it is the PL obligation that is their obligation. And so it's
Exactly.
really a kind of a done deal. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it
been
is.
it's been
Yeah.
anticipated and part of the process for a very long time.
Right.
That was my
Yeah.
question, Mayor. So thank you.
Right. I think that's pretty much all I had on the presentation. You have a copy of the actual amendment in your handouts or in your council packet. There are a number of smaller elements of the amendment, but I've gone over the broad strokes of this to give you the clarity of the material spending amounts. So I would stand for questions or council deliberation.
Comments, thoughts, questions? Oh, you know what? This is a public hearing. Excuse me. Okay, so this is a public hearing. Council, do you have any questions for him before we open the public hearing?
I actually do just have one. So when you say that we agreed, it's council agreed to pay
Yes.
that out.
Right.
And so when you say for 2021, does that also include COVID for 2021? Like COVID money or, paid time off overtime
Yeah.
that they accrued during that time. That is also included in the agreement, correct?
In which, be specifics, there's a lot of numbers going around here. I want to make sure I answer the right question.
So the council had previously agreed that for 2021, that they were going to pay fire the paid time off that they accrued during 2021.
That was part of the amendment, the annexation agreement, which was, I believe, taking place in November of 2020, I think, if I recall correctly. So that's a separate, there are two impacts to this amendment that deal with fire. One has to deal strictly with the annexation. That's the $2.2 million. That's the annexation only. Then we have ARPA monies of $360,000, totally separate.
Gotcha.
So they're two separate issues.
That's my question. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, Doug, just stay put. This is a public hearing, but we do not have anyone signed up to testify. Is there anyone here this evening that would like to testify? Okay, seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. What is the will of council? Any further discussion, questions?
I guess we'll just have to make a motion to approve the amended budget, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the fiscal year 2022 budget amendment. Is there any further discussion as presented?
Mayor, does this also include that ARPA funds that was listed in that line?
Yes, it includes the entire budget amendment, which includes the capital that's rolled over, the ARPA funds,
The
all
fire
of it.
funds, everything.
Yeah.
Everything I've discussed as part of this.
The entire budget amendment. I just put mine away, but I can pull it back out if I need to. Okay, any other questions? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Gula,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so then we do have another action item, which is the first reading of ordinance adopting the FY22 budget amendment, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance amending the appropriation of funds for the 12-month period from the first day of October 2021 to and inclusive of the 30th day of September 2022 to defray the expenses and liabilities of the city of Nampa for said fiscal year, specifying the objects and purposes for which said appropriations is made, authorizing a levy of sufficient tax upon the taxable property, providing for repeal or conflicting ordinances, directing the city clerk to file certified copies of this ordinance with the county commissioners and Idaho Secretary of State, and providing an effective date, referencing sources and uses of funds and appropriating monies, specifying a process for expenditure of funds, and establishing an effective date.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules, but was there a summary publication for this one as well, or not? No?
Not that I'm aware of.
So my motion's good.
Thank you. Is there, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jangula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We're going to move back to new business, item 5.8 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor and the public works director to sign a task order amendment with Parametrics, Inc. to provide full design and bid package for the Franklin Road Widening Utilities Project in the amount of $65,420, time and materials not to exceed as approved in the FY22 budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jangula.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Bauer. Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
With that, I believe we have covered everything on the agenda this evening, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.